Hello, Internet, and welcome to our New Year's Eve edition of Elegant Magicks, the good society tale of incantations and infatuations in Bexley under Mount Whitebridge. God damn, am I good? Oh, thanks for joining us. If you're here with us live, oh man, y'all are in for some fun tonight. If you've caught us on the YouTubes, hey, you know what? Please still play along with all of our antics this evening because it'll just be fun. So, yeah, that whole thing. We are very excited. This is not just your regular old Thursday for us. It's obviously a holiday. And with that comes some additional info for you. We have constructed a Elegant Magicks drinking game for you to follow along and play this evening. If you want to just put exclamation point drink into the chat, you can check those out and follow along. I've got mine pulled up right here among my many other forms to play this game. So if we come upon something, just let us know in chat if something pops up and we don't address it. So yeah, have some fun. Along with that, we also do have a wonderful new channel points function, something that you can purchase, which is a water break, which I'm going to go ahead and venture a guess to say we will probably need to do at some point or several this evening. So feel free to cash those in. It looks like Alex may have done that already. So water break, everybody. Good to start hydrated. Awesome. Thank you for that. So feel free to throw those in at any time as well. And just, regular old awesome announcements for the channel. The channel's awesome. We're in a lot of places. We're on the YouTubes. We have a wonderful Discord where we all hang out and talk about cool stuff because we're all cool people. So yeah, please join us in all of that and other social medias, the Twitters, all of that too. And the next time we shall be live on this channel will be tomorrow. We have our session 0 for our second season of Neon Souls tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. We were playing the Sprawl, and for season 2, we're going to transfer on over, at least for a little while, to the Cypher system. So we're going to be sort of bringing our characters over into that. That should be a heck of a lot of fun. So yeah, come check that out with us tomorrow. Val runs that, so yeah, come hang out. And Savvy's in that. That'll be fun. I'm going to stop chatting. I think that's everything we needed to go through for the moment. Let's have our wonderful players introduce themselves. Let's go ahead and start with Val.
Hello, everybody. I'm Valor, the Kraken's Crown, on Twitter and Twitch. You can find me here playing all sorts of fun stuff. But tonight, I am playing Layrd Avalon Cross, the Socialite. And we're doing our desires and stuff like we normally do. Yeah. Their desire is to drive the family that looks down on them to self-destruction and ruin. Yay.
Like you do, Savvy.
Yay, self-destruction and ruin. Hello, I'm Savvy. I'm at Savvy Seaworth on the internets, and tonight I am playing no title Jessamine Booker, the tutor whose desire is to restore her family name and resume her place in society.
Oh, my spacebar to talk is not working. RJ.
Hey everybody, I'm RJ, but today I'll be playing Jarvis Hawke, the careerist, and his desire is to receive proposals from or make successful proposals to at least 2 eligible houses.
That should be fun. And last but not least, Alex.
Hello, I'm Alex OMG. It's some guy on the internets, and tonight I am playing Mr. Bernard Sinclair, the new arrival, whose desire is to enter into a marriage with someone who truly loves him without revealing his hidden wealth.
Which should also be a lot of fun secrets. And I am Christina Sid. You can find me on the Twitters at Greek Sid, and I will be facilitating this game this evening and beyond. Yeah, we're very excited to get started with you all. Again, please feel free to play along with us at home. We all have water ready. All have drinks ready. I think we should do just a regular old cheers of both. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheers.
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 I can't do it with the other one because it's 2 liters and it'll smash this.
This is very fair. Please don't break anything right now. Awesome. So, we are going to do, I totally forgot, we are doing 2 breaks as well because we are extending this evening too. So we shall be playing an extra hour for your New Year's Eve pleasure to ring in the new year with the Eastern Standard Time. So we will be playing through midnight on the East Coast here in the US. So yeah, please hang out with us and be ready for 2 breaks this evening. So,
Sorry, Pacific Coast.
yeah, sorry, Pacific.
We'll be
Love you.
asleep.
We'll probably be best, let's be perfectly honest. Yeah, why don't we jump on into our recap, shall we? Last time on Elegant Magicks, we got our first round of introductions to the whole crew here. We had a wonderful gala for the local Witches Association, and shenanigans were had. We got introduced to our full range of our major characters, as well as some very memorable NPCs, such as some twins that we made up out of thin air, who are probably going to have a very large piece in the remainder of the story, just because y'all give me that fodder and I'm going to use it. We had some lovely interactions among all of our major characters. We had some tension sort of brimming to the surface with not only our resident Yankee, Mr. Sinclair, come on over from the States, the colonies, but also with this potentially reformed Mr. Hawke of dubious background. And, Jessamine also had to deal with some class issues of having, being told what to do at the party. It was not fun. We also had a run-in between Jessamine and Mr. Hawke and found out that they knew each other previously, which may come in to play as well. Mr. Hawke was nice enough to not tell on her, I guess, that she may not be exactly who she's saying she is in Bexley currently, but actually made a vow that he would not spill the beans on who she actually is, which was very fun, very dark little bit of magic. It was very cool. But did agree that they would discuss it over drinks later on. We also had some drinks set up between the Laird and Mr. Sinclair to discuss potentially a meeting of some kind going on later on in the week. And wouldn't you know it, those ended up happening on the same night. What a coinky dink. Avalon coming from a rather, let's just say it, awful. Your mom's awful, Avalon. She's the worst. She's just terrible. Avalon had to deal with a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad dinner situation with their mother, which got them very riled up and sent them off to drinks with Mr. Sinclair, where all 4 of our major characters ended up running into each other. They tried to play it cool, keep at separate ends of the bar, but I believe someone decided to send a little, a bug, if you will, a magical bug over to Mr. Hawke and Ms. Booker's conversation. The side effect of that is, however, that they are very well aware of what is being said on the other side as well. That's magic for you. So at the moment, we have all of our major characters at the Empty Raven, pretending that they don't know that the other 2 are there, but are also all collectively eavesdropping on each other. Yeah, I think that's right. So I will leave it all to the rest of you. What are you doing? What's going on?
I think how Jarvis and Jess notice is that they kind of hear a whisper like, "Is it working?" And then like a few seconds, "I think it's working." And Jarvis will give Jessamine a look. So, Miss Booker, after last night's throes of passion, I have come to the conclusion that I myself am pregnant and the child is yours.
So soon, Mr. Hawke. I can hardly believe it, though the thought hasn't left my mind since last night.
I am a person of honor, but last night was just a bit much for me. We should discuss how we should proceed going forward.
Well, obviously we're going to have to turn to your family for support.
Is
Take
this a code?
long drag of wine.
Are you sure we're listening to the right conversation?
I mean, it sounds like them, but...
This is... Have we been found out?
I suppose it's possible. I can try rejiggering the spell.
As Avalon says.
Is that the American term?
I assure you, it's the most technical term for it.
Interesting.
As a part of like this whole kind of cantrip sort of deal, can Jarvis like flick the bug to send a reverb back at them?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, it's corporeal enough that would work. Why not?
I think it had manifested as like a little mote of darkness that had floated its way like underneath your bar stool or whatever.
Oh, so it's not visible right now. You can just sort of hear its effects. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's very fair.
Like just a small sound burst then.
You could kick it. Like, kick it.
Oh, sorry, bump the mic. We should redo that take.
Oh, all right. I'm guessing that they saw that.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got a lot to learn on the art of subtle casting.
Yes.
Indeed.
Can hear you as well.
Well, shit.
Should probably turn it off then.
Yes, I'm just going to deactivate the spell now. You 100% just made that
Make the
sound.
mouth noise of pew.
And then to Valley is just going to hold up a finger.
Oh my.
Dupe indeed. Shall we take this conversation somewhere a bit more private?
I would like that very much. And Laird Cross, if you're still listening, you're perfectly welcome to speak to me about my affairs if you have questions. All right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
Do Jessamine and Jarvis leave the tavern? Do you ask if there's a more private room to chat in?
Sure. Yeah. A more private room.
Yeah. Given that Jessamine is well acquainted with the tender of the bar, if we do remember. Do you want to lean over to your, who you know to be your cousin?
Heidi.
Yes?
Could we trouble you for a private room?
Oh dear, I thought you'd never ask. she'll sort of point to an area where you technically have to go behind the bar, but there's a small doorway that would send you to looks like a more private location in the back of the tavern.
After you, my lord.
Lady.
Thank you.
She winks. And as the two of you head back into the private room in the back, she sort of glances over to Avalon and Mr. Sinclair and winks at them as well and continues about her work.
I find myself even more suspicious of what they're discussing now.
Yeah, I mean, could try and push my luck, try and make the spell follow them, but who knows, maybe the bar's got warding back there.
Yes, I'm afraid any further provocations may lead to more disaster. Well, perhaps we wait.
Yeah.
Enjoy our drinks, see if anything comes of it. The old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and we came here for our own reasons as well, so that just was an interesting diversion.
Do you know anything of Mr. Hawke or Miss Booker?
Can't say that I know that much. You know, I'm newly arrived back in town. I've been plenty warned about the Hawks, especially since the party and we were seen together. But like I've said, you know, Jarvis seems like a fine enough fellow on his own, and you know, just you know, barely bumped into Miss Booker. It was just as I said that Jarvis and I were talking. They saw each other, and then she made a hasty retreat.
Interesting. I'm afraid my knowledge is probably just as scarce as yours. There's too many rumors about the Hawke family around town to know what's true and what's not. Miss Booker is somewhat of an enigma, which vexes me, considering she is charged with the caretaking of my sister. I'm concerned that she may be a spy of sorts.
Spy? I mean, what is there to spy on her? Oh, this... Right, this is you stuffy Brits and your magical secrets and bloodlines and blah, 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 blah.
Maybe spy is not the correct term, but I'm afraid that she has been charged by my mother to instruct Morgan in some of the less savory elements of our society.
Now, gonna have to figure out what you mean by the less savory elements, but wouldn't expect to, you know, well, I was about to say an unassuming young lady like Miss Booker, but maybe that's the perfect teacher for that sort of thing.
Exactly. And I know nothing of her. It's like she just appeared out of thin air.
I see a hand is
I
being
see a
raised.
raised hand. Did we want to use a token of some kind?
I'd like to drop a monologue token on Avalon.
Ooh, that is on our drinking game list. So both of you take a drink.
Cheers.
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 What's going through Avalon's mind right now? Aside from what's being currently discussed at the table with Mr. Sinclair.
Avalon looks back across the like glancing towards the doorway that Jessamine and Jarvis disappeared through, and thinks to themselves, I have to admit, my suspicions of Miss Booker were slim at best. She would make a convenient instrument for my mother's use, but now seeing her with this Hawke fellow, perhaps there's something more insidious at play here. I trust Bernie, though, and Perhaps he can get in with this Jarvis, find out what he knows of Miss Booker. I have to make sure that Morgan is kept safe. If my mother digs her claws in too deep, I'm afraid that'll make it all the harder to do what I need to do. That's it.
Excellent. You have monologues for this cycle of play. Congratulations.
And kind of feeding off that monologue, looks to Bernard and says, Bernard, would you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure. What you need?
If you have drinks with Mr. Hawke again, and the two of you speak, could you perhaps broach the subject discreetly of Miss Booker and see what you can find out about her? I'm only doing this because I'm concerned for Morgan. I have really no ill will towards the woman. I just am cautious.
Yeah, yeah, I can see what I can find. I guess, I didn't really have much of a governess myself growing up or anything, so I guess I'm not as aware of what potential danger she could pose, but yeah, I can keep an ear out.
The thing is that Morgan trusts her. She looks to her like an older sister almost at this point. And she's quick to trust. She's young and hasn't seen the worst of people in this town. And so I think somebody young and intellectual like Miss Booker might easily sway her in the wrong direction.
You don't think you'll be enough to counterbalance any influence she might have?
I'm already working to keep Morgan's head clear of all the things that my mother says of me. If it starts coming from another trusted source, I'm afraid she may look upon me as the villain.
Oh, we can't have that.
Exactly. I mean, you know how manipulative my mother can be. So, if you could do me this small favor, I would be in your debt.
Of course, and, worst comes to worst, I'll just whisk Morgan away to America. And, give your mother a real villain to get upset about.
Be careful making such promises. I may have to take you up on that one day.
What's a little light kidnapping amongst friends?
Cheers.
On that lovely note, we shall leave Laird, Avalon, and Mr. Sinclair, and we'll pan back to the back room. What's going on back there with Jarvis and Jessamine?
They're having drinks. Jarvis is regaling Jessamine with a story. So the bastard challenges me to a duel and says, my blade carries a deadly poison, and he licks it. Like as a show of intimidation. And then he passes out.
Oh dear.
But enough about me. How have you been?
Oh, up and down. Obviously. Some things have happened since I last saw you.
Well, changing your last name from... He starts coughing. Forgot about that. It's who you are now. I figured something must have happened.
Yeah.
If you're in any trouble, you can talk to me if I'm not overstepping any boundaries.
I know. It's not me that's in trouble, really. It's, well, really a lot of highfalutin society nonsense. It's a very long story. But my family's sort of on the outs now, unfortunately.
Welcome. We have club jackets and tea at noon every Thursday.
Am I allowed to wear trousers as well?
My aunt wears trousers. It's sort of a power thing for her. All means, go for it.
Lovely. The Baroness cross is a bit traditional,
Yes, from what
which
I
I
hear.
mean as a wonderful compliment if you're listening, my lady. His family. So yes, I'm working for the Crosses now. As tutor, the youngest, Morgan.
Ah, yes. How's that going for you?
It's actually not so bad of a job. Morgan's an absolute dear. Just wonderful. Really, really at this point I see her like family. It's Avalon that seems to have the problem.
They are very protective of their younger sister.
To the point where I barely classify as human in their presence.
Just think of it as a manageably bad trait. I don't believe everyone in their eyes is irredeemable. If you're in charge of their youngest sister, try and find some common ground.
It's hard to do so when they barely recognize that I'm speaking when I am. I know it's common for people of our stature or formal stature to not exactly stand around and have small talk with the help, but you'd think I was furniture. And ugly furniture at that.
I wouldn't say ugly.
Well, obviously I'm not Avalon's type. Laird. Avalon, excuse me. While I vomit.
There's just the sound of scraping metal as a bucket is pushed towards her. Do you need me to hold your hair back?
I'll be alright. Yes, it's been a strange few months, to say the least.
Well, when you do have time, please. I know I said it earlier, but if you want, drop by the academy. The professor misses you dearly.
I miss the place as well. I wish I could have stayed. Not that maths isn't interesting. It's not. It's horribly boring. I hate it. I hate teaching it even more than I hate learning it.
You should have stayed a researcher then.
I know.
You could always blame it on some drawback of magic. The grants given to me have been a bit lucrative in the past. Ask for more money because of some hang-ups. Got a nice boudoir.
Really?
If Professor Wolf is listening, I did no such thing, and I'm using the funding appropriately.
We are so very well behaved, the two of us. And always were.
But yes, Jess, if you're in any trouble, I'll help out where I can.
I'll probably take you up on that. But not tonight. Tonight, I want to be out of that house and not thinking about it.
I would like to play a monologue token on Jarvis. Drink up, Jarvis. Cheers. What's Jarvis thinking right now?
Poor girl. The Hawke family has a long-standing reputation of being of ill repute, but to be kind of fresh into the mix is a bit tough. The memories of the nobility run very deep, and if she's in trouble, it's going to be bad. At least with my family name, it's the Hawks being the Hawks. They can't really implement me in any crimes, but if they do find out that she is, if the right people or the wrong people find out that she is who she is, it's not going to be pretty. It'll be fine. If I meddle a little, right? And that's where his thought process ends.
You've monologued. We'll mark that off. Well done.
Yay!
Anything else to say before you all sort of devolve into drinking and catching up?
You should come out drinking with Bernie and I sometime. He is a very interesting fellow.
The American.
The American.
Seems interesting enough. I do wonder what they get up to over there.
Generalized magic. Jesse.
I'm sorry. I believe what you've just said is considered blasphemy in the Academy. Really?
And Jarvis is gonna launch into a nerd out about generalized magic. A drunken lecture.
She listens to every word.
I love it. Any more shenanigans from anyone at the tavern this eve?
I do think just a little bit of what Bernard and Avalon had gone out to do drinks for.
Oh yes, please do.
And I think, Valley, you know how I said, gotta talk to you about some of the business I've been up to?
Yes.
I've, I guess my family has made a discovery of a new resource that I think it's going to change everything. And I don't mean, new way to do magic. This is completely non-magical. So, I mean, hold on to your shock. I assure you, this is worth it. We've discovered a certain liquid that seems to be quite potent in mechanized processes. It's far more efficient than coal or steam. We're still figuring out how to harvest it, but I think it's going to be huge. And I mean, it's part of why I'm over here. We've already made a lot of money from it in America, so I'm able to come here and holiday, as you like to say, but also on the lookout for anyone out over here who might be interested in exploring less magical advancements.
I think this gets more and more interesting. You said completely non-magical, more powerful than coal.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also, obviously some people are seeing what can be done with it magically. Maybe this is finally what's going to let people, alchemists couldn't turn lead into gold, but maybe they'll be able to turn this into gold. But even all magic aside, I think this is going to be a real game changer.
Do you know what the substance is?
Oh, I think it's, some of our boffins are starting to call it petroleum, but it's, a lot easier to just say oil. That's what, the layman over there is saying.
And what sort of things could you do with this substance?
I mean, like I said, where normally you'd need a whole bunch of coal, I mean, aside from it being liquid, it's not only can you fit more of it, it's far more efficient. So anything that you had that was coal-powered or steam-powered, now you can use this new oil, and, if it's refined properly, it'll act as a wonderful fuel source.
And all without magic?
Yeah. I mean,
any sort of magical processing?
Yeah, and I mean, sure, we're using some magic to do it more efficiently, but, we've got people out there who can't use magic who are still making good use of it.
That's fascinating. I could change a lot of things. The sciences, as it were, are woefully behind when it comes to magical studies, and it's one of the things that's still scoffed at the academy. With advancements like that, that could tip the balance well in a whole new direction.
Yeah, I wonder which would get me more laughed out of the university if I showed up, my generalized Magicks, or coming in and, talking up the praises of technology.
That reminds me of something I was going to speak with you about. And I think on this subject, you might have even more to say than I thought. You haven't been back in town long, and I'm sure you're not entirely aware of the current state of things, but Avalon sort of leans in quietly and sort of looks from side to side. Have you heard of the Arcanum Populi?
I think my aunt mentioned something just like, stay away from them, it's illegal, you'll be sent to jail, stuff like that. And I mean,
she's not wrong there. I'm sure if you walk around town for long enough, you'll hear more rumors about how they're looking to kill the aristocracy and burn children in their beds and things of that nature. But I can assure you that all of that is propaganda by the college. The Arcanum, the true Arcanum, is looking to break out of the old ways, looking to do things more, inspired a lot by the way things are in America. Magic for the people, letting people do and practice and share magical secrets and philosophies, well, with whomever. It's a rather difficult thing to put into simple words, but, well, without speaking too loudly of it, I happen to know some people in the group. There's a meeting. Meetings often, but there's one coming up, and I think you should come.
May I interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
I would like to spend a magic token on behalf of the Miss Booker that's still in the room, because y'all keep having these conversations right in front of her, and you know what? She can't help herself. Would you be amenable?
Oh, wait, do we have to drink water now that
Water!
Sid said that?
Oh shit, water, drink water. I didn't even realize I did it. See, this is why I put it on there, because now we'll stay hydrated. So, would it be all right if Heidi did her little thing again? She wants to record a conversation.
Sure. I'm assuming this is against Avalon
Yes.
more than it is against Bernard. Okay.
Correct.
And
So, gotta pull up that table of them there Magicks.
so they're paying a resolve token to
Yes, they will
me?
pay Avalon a resolve token.
I am amenable.
Liar.
It's not if I said it. I think it's just if you say it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that every time someone says it, that I have to drink water. So
That's fair.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that. So I get to ask a question.
You do. So since the magic will work, you get to pick one of those questions. Would you like me to read them for everyone while you choose?
Sure.
The questions are, who helps you and what do they demand of you? How does a faction take an interest in or an exception to your actions? How does an unintended side effect occur? Or what does the magic demand from you, or what does it make you promise?
I have to go with I don't know how you're going to resolve this, but I have to go with this one because we're getting into the factions. And how does a faction take an interest in or exception to your actions?
I will say that the college definitely takes an avid interest in her actions, given that that's who she's definitely making these inquiries for.
Okay.
So she'll send her little mote over and sort of taking a taking a leaf from y'all's book from earlier, just lets it sort of drift below your chairs there at the bar area, as you continue unaware with your conversation.
Just a belated drink rule that we may have missed. I think revealing that Bernard is actually an oil tycoon could count as a major family secret.
Ooh, that's fair. 2 drinks. Drink, everyone. Bam. If y'all want to throw any small dogs in there, just let me know. All right, continue.
So, if you'd be interested in joining, I'm sure they'd love to hear some of your philosophies.
Yeah, I mean, God, things must be really fucked up here if, you have to have these kinds of meetings in secret. Like, this is just, we wouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff if we were back in America.
Yes, well, we have our own share of problems to deal with, I'm sure. Or you have your own share of problems to deal with, I'm sure. Ours are, well, old and difficult to root out. Like I said, I can only say so much here in public. I will write to you and let you know the time and the place when the time comes. Do keep this to yourself, though. I wouldn't want it to be heard. Like I said, these are dangerous times. So
I don't think because I'm guessing it's the college that's, really against these kinds of folks. Do you think they're, keeping an eye on me just for being an American?
it's possible. You sort of are the antithesis of a lot of the things that they preach at the college. So, I mean, it's one of the reasons that my mother is so unhappy by our long-standing friendship. Her position at the college and all that.
That's true. It's just about the only thing keeping me from just, going. Yes, Sid?
Sorry, I keep interrupting and I apologize, but not really. I'd like to play a monologue token on Bernard.
Okay.
Drink up, Bernard. With this revelation by your childhood friend, what is Bernard thinking right now?
These damn Brits are just so stuck in their ways. It's really no wonder that we kicked their ass in the war. I mean, they're stuck thinking about, they have a way of doing their magic, and they see that it works, and they just do it, and they refine it, but it blinds them to all the possibilities that magic has, and it's, God, I wish, I feel sorry for, Valley and, anyone else who's been stuck in that way of thinking. It's really unfortunate, and it's also, for basically Avalon's sake, like they say, their mother is in a position of power there. It's just about the only thing that's keeping me from going and just, shoving the university's noses in and just going on there and, trying to claim myself as a guest lecturer and, the American way of doing things. Though maybe if I framed it academically enough, I could get on there and, But no, it's probably too likely to come back and bite me and possibly Avalon in the butt, or the arse, as they say over here. Why'd they gotta add an extra sound in there? It's just ass. Anyway.
You've monologued successfully. Well done.
Okay, just for a point of clarification on our sheet, we have we each have one monologue token to spend on people, but then we have the you've monologued the cycle toggle, and those are separate, correct?
So the one that's on your sheet is it is attached to that checkbox. So if you still have a token, then you have not monologued yet. If you no longer have a token, then you have monologued.
Okay, I thought it had been we could spend the token to make others.
You do have one as well. I can spend as many as I want, but you all have one that you can spend within a cycle of play. But then if we run out of people that are monologuing, we run out of people when we're monologuing. So.
Okay. But yeah, so there's all that, and I think part of it does get verbalized, and yeah, I mean it's part of me wants to go to the university and just say, oh, let me teach you how we do it over in the colonies, but that'd probably piss off the wrong people, and sounds like things are already tense enough with your mother.
Yes, quite. I might avoid that. Some pontificating in the town square for now. But if you aren't afraid of a bit of danger and subterfuge, come to our meeting.
Like I said, just let me know when.
I will, as soon as I know. It's sort of a last-minute thing to avoid complications.
Makes sense.
But I will let you know, and I will meet with you beforehand so that I can make introductions. Shoot. The time's getting late. I should probably return home. Somebody has to look after my sister, because my mother won't.
There's no backup governess or tutor. I guess Miss Booker's not a governess, she's a tutor, but it does seem like she's rather attached to your sister.
No, she hasn't taken on those duties, though. If Morgan continues to take to her, then there might be a promotion in order. As of now, no, her care is many hands. But I choose to oversee it however I can.
Okay.
But this was enjoyable. I'm glad we could catch up.
Yeah.
We should do this soon.
Do you think you could get away with getting drinks with me and Jarvis, or would that just be complete social suicide?
That might be difficult.
I could try some disguise magic.
I'll consider it. Perhaps you can teach me a thing or two. Farewell for now, Benny.
Have a good one. And I think Bernard's going to stay there, probably takes the rest of Avalon's drink and finishes it as well.
Any other interactions for the remainder of the evening? How long does Bernie stick around? Does Bernie stick around for J&J here to come back out of the private room?
I think he does. I think he'll go to the head so that he's not just waiting in that booth, but once he's coming out of there, he's gonna try and cast sort of a camouflage spell of sorts on him, basically like deflect attention spell. So it's not that he's invisible or anything, it's just like, people's eyes would just move over him.
Okay, I like this. Who would this? I think right now, you tell me, who are you more focused on trying to get information about them? And that'll sort of dictate who this token would go to. Is he more interested in getting some more info about Jessamine or about Jarvis?
I think right now it's Jessamine, because that's who Avalon had asked him to look into.
Okay. So you would like to give a token?
to Savvy, who will have 8, and I'm down to 1.
To Savvy, who will hungry hippos
Well,
all of them. Nom, nom, nom.
You're not, because we've just had a chat redemption. A token from Mecha Spider. Thank you, Mecha Spider. A token to Bernard, begrudgingly.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, Mecca.
Now you have to.
Now you got 2. Lovely. All right. So then
Should have
Savvy.
made take a drink if the chat gives you a thing.
Oh, dang it. Well, we are doing some magic, so go ahead and Bernard, take one there. And Savvy, take one as well. Go ahead and take a peek at the magic list. And what question would you like to ask?
How does an unintended side effect occur?
Always a favorite?
It's my favorite. I think I play too much Monster of the Week.
It's not like you've been playing it every week for almost a year, however long, but
Shh.
let's see, an unintended side effect. I think, well, because that is, no, that's separate from it backfiring.
Yes, so there's not, it still does as intended. So it will still sort of almost blend you into the background so people don't necessarily observe you. But it does have a slight unintended side effect. What would that be?
I think probably because Heidi was focused on our conversation before, I don't know if she necessarily identifies that there's magic afoot, but definitely noticed me go into the restroom and then not come back out. And, probably at some point went in to check, and I was not, there passed out in the toilet or whatever.
Oh, she thinks you like ding dong dashed on your you fucking stepped out on your bill.
No,
Okay.
definitely would have left the money on the table, but in terms of went into the restroom and just didn't come out, and she is aware of this, but maybe doesn't necessarily know what exactly occurred.
Okay. So just sort of giving a side eye around, like Heidi'll take the money off the table, clear everything off, give a look around, and so she's on edge for sure, but does not see you. I like it. So I like the pass without a trace sort of vibe for that from chat. Thank you, chat. So yeah, you blend into your surroundings, so no one's gonna.
I'm trying to think how Bernie casts this spell. I think it is kind of takes his wand out of his pocket holster, mutters some magic words, but then kind of touches like eyelids, and then kind of generally waves it over the room or towards the bar, messing with their sight to a minor degree.
I dig it. All right, so as Heidi is distracted by going over to your table and wondering where the hell you've gone, you manage to slip back into the private room back there. What's going on back there, J&J? I've nicknamed you this now. I don't know why.
I like it.
J&J, what's up?
Jarvis has thrown his coat over like a chair. He's rolled up his sleeves and he's like writing on the booth wall in chalk.
I don't think I'm following.
He looks back. I lost the permits myself. Hold on. It's better to be a jack of all trades, master of none in the long run than a specialized caster, because you're more prepared of any situation that...
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was philosophical magic now.
Where did I lose track of this conversation?
I think about 20 minutes ago.
You're right. It was after the third port.
Would you like to have a fourth?
On me. And he'll kind of turn, walk out, get some more glasses. Or an extra bottle and come back.
Sounds good. Heidi sort of nods at you and sort of passes it along, still looking around, almost nervously. It's probably not a big room, so I really like just the idea of Bernie, like, you know, painted over with just as if he's colored into the wall itself, just sort of.
It's the music video, you didn't have to cut me off.
Yes. Exactly. Closes his eyes so you just see it on his eyelids, you know? Perfect.
Wow. A wonderful cheers.
To friendships reforged?
Sure, why not?
To alcohol.
Especially to alcohol. Everything I look forward to at the end of the day. And to my wonderful employers, the Cross family. May they all burn, except for Morgan, who is an absolute delight.
It's getting a bit late. Would you like
Yes.
me to walk you home tonight?
Yes.
If you don't mind a cad and a scoundrel walking you home, of course.
I don't imagine anyone is still out, but yes, I would appreciate that. It is time to go. My gloves are starting to itch.
Yep. He'll throw on his coat and pull his hat down a little bit lower just to make sure no one can see his face at eye level.
And now you look the part of a scoundrel, Mr. Hawke.
I mean, it's better to be overtly a scoundrel because then people will know. If you have my face, then they'll just punch it.
I still don't think I'm following, but alright.
20 minutes ago and the third port.
I would have followed you then. But I'll follow you down a dark alley now, I suppose. On my head be the consequences.
Now you really do make it out like I am a scoundrel, and he'll...
You should hear
pay
how they
for them.
talk about you at parties.
I am painfully aware of how they talk about me at parties. I'm in the same room. Ugly furniture and the like.
Fair enough. I suppose it'll be funny after a while.
When I can rub it in everyone's faces.
Oh?
Trying to... No, what does the American call it? Go legit?
It's quite a turn of phrase.
I mean, the family business is... Well... It perpetuates a very bad image. If I can break away from that, maybe some more opportunities will come my way.
Fair enough.
As you shimmy out of your hidden booth, Bernard just, you know, sucking in as much as possible to not be run into.
Humming his own theme song.
That's actually the concentration component of the spell. I mean,
Humming somebody I used to know. Amazing. J&J stumble back toward home, I suppose. Mr. Sinclair, do you do the same?
Yeah, following at a distance, just making sure that they are actually just going back to the Cross estate, and then we'll see if he reveals himself to Jarvis later after that.
Okay. Any shenanigans on the walk home?
No.
Maybe a dirty joke or two.
At the expense of some nobility. But Jarvis will drop Jessamine off and head back to his lab, actually.
Some late night drunken experimentation. That always goes well.
Yeah. So everyone drink, because I just thought, Jarvis has a dog. It's a, Volpino pup named Cagliostro.
Small dog. Everyone drink.
Small dog.
I think if it is, so maybe I'm thinking or not aware enough of how architecture would have worked in this era, whether there's like a front door that you go into and then to a lab, or do you have just like a townhouse that doubles as a lab, or...
It's part of the school, so I imagine it's like you go into a foyer and then you go to like building H, and that's the lab.
Okay, so I think Bernard is still following, but is going to try to, once he figures out where you're off to, is going to try and run ahead a little bit and, you know, pose coolly against the wall opposite the lab or something and reveal himself there.
Slightly ahead of you. Sort of one leg kicked up against the wall. Arms crossed, looking very, very cool. It was Mr. Sinclair.
Jarvis is going to lay his coat over his knee, Bernard's knee, and rummage around in the pockets. That's a good man. Gets a key, opens the lab. Are you going to stand there all day, or are we going inside for drinks?
Got more room in your belly? I've got an iron liver.
Oh, I've got a special import for you, sir. It's a special recipe concocted of wormwood. What? Is it wormwood? It's absinthe.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I should have became a... Well, they call me a necromancer with all these spirits that I'm imbibing.
Now, a necromancer who brings spirits back just to get them drunk. That is quite the idea for a traveling routine. That would probably piss off, you know, whoever's dearly departed are being reanimated. Well, degraded in their eyes. I think they would argue it's the most excitement they've had since they died.
You know, there are some cultures throughout the world that the usage of alcohol and spirits is spirits of the undead, goes off on a ramble as he walks in, scratches his dog behind the ear, and there's like a blackboard that he pulls, and there's a shelf of like magical apparatus. He pulls a bottle off the wall.
Absinthe, eh?
Are we talking real absinthe? Like, you putting some laudanum up in this bitch? Like, what's going on?
Green fairy up in this bitch.
Oh, damn. Alright. We have a water break redemption. Thank you. Continue.
So how can I be of service, Mr. Sinclair?
Oh, you know, just kind of peeked into your room after you and Miss Booker left. Saw the remnants of your lecture on generalized magics. Clearly you need some reinforcement of some of the concepts, and I thought I'd offer my services in that regard. And also, I've heard you've got some good drinks.
Good drinks and some bad magics. What a night.
Well, only bad magics by the college's estimation.
If they weren't so stubborn in their ways, I feel that we can get some true progress going.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing plenty of that sort of stuff over in America, but, you know, given the way that the college seems to, you know, college society, whoever seems to look on, you know, I've heard some whispers of this group, the Arcanine, Arcanus.
Arcanum.
Yeah, them. That. Yeah, I get that they have a vested interest in remaining in power, but to be that militant against it does not bode well. And I guess, sorry, I'm not connecting my thoughts very well. It's the drinks, but I guess
I think you've added too much laudanum, good sir.
Or not enough, but I guess I wanted to come and get your opinion of, do you think I am in any legitimate danger from the college for being just an American and an embodiment of generalized magic?
You are certainly an oddity, Bernie. The college will have a very close eye on you, so you should watch what you're doing. There are boundaries, ones that even I wouldn't overstep, that might earn their ire. I will try my best to outline them.
And certainly my aunt, as she is presently responsible for me, has attempted to educate me, but you know how it can be with family. It's just in one ear out the other at times.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I suppose I shouldn't speak as if I know of your family, especially given...
that's fairly correct, actually. In one ear, out the other. As long as there's a specific goal in mind. Damn the consequences and the like.
Certainly sounds like an interesting way to have them brought up.
I think that's why the professor chose to endorse me.
I think she might be mildly sympathetic to differing opinions on magic, or
maybe she just needs someone who doesn't care about what's going to happen, as long as results will happen. Ends and means and that sort of thing.
Seems like a scary thought for someone so entrenched or invested in the status quo. Extend the quo. Where's the status? I don't know, they don't really teach us Latin over in America.
To be fair, I flunked Latin.
How shocking. And they still let you get a position at the university.
Results are everything. I can get the results. Grades not so much. Though I was really good at lunchtime.
Results. Again, maybe this is too many drinks, but an idea's been bouncing around my head tonight to try and get myself a spot as a guest lecturer about, magic in America. Or do you think that would be too thin a veil for teaching the heresy, as it were, of generalized magics?
Magic in America. Incantations from the other side of the colonies. Applications practical. Put that on a billboard. At least for the most part, people will come and gawk.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a thought that there's more ponderification. I don't know. Needs more thinking. And tonight is not a night for more thinking at this point.
Oh, inebriation is the perfect time for a lot of thinking. And bad decisions.
I'm sorry, I just have to comment. I just really hope that Bernard is just hovering just like moving around the way that Alex is moving in his chair while all this is going on. Just
Yeah, I mean, he's probably
sure,
got
magic, just like hanging out, you know.
Yeah, it's at this point he is probably, because if they have broken into the absinthe, it is probably at this point. I can't imagine either of them are very capable of standing after all that they had in Empty Raven as well.
And I'm just going to go ahead and venture to say that this is beyond even regular laudanum-infused absinthe. This is the Fae-touched version of this. So things are getting a little fuzzy on the edges of your vision, but everything's great. You hear like laughter here and there. You're not sure where it's coming from, but it sounds happy. And you just start to see little things running here and there off your sightline.
Are you a big tobacco person, Mrs. Sinclair? That might be presumptuous of me since you're from the Americas, but...
Oh, I mean, I certainly see the economic value in it, but no, it's too much smoke in the lungs. It can mess with certain kinds of magic.
There is a certain type of magic in the East that involves smoke, actually, and he'll point to an apparatus that is basically a hookah stand.
Well, I suppose if I am to be a potential guest lecturer on other kinds of magics, then I must do my research, mustn't I?
Good man! And I guess they're just gonna hang out for the rest of the night.
I was about to ask, does that mean you guys just smoke hookah and get super fucked up for the remainder of the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I'm trying to think if there's enough sense left for Bernard to be like, I should ask about Miss Booker, or if he got too distracted with all the substances.
Totally up to you.
Yeah. I do think there will be this is probably after a fair bit of the hookah, blah, blah, hookah? I'm struggling to think how to pronounce it now, but is going to say, now I do also have to apologize and inquire, and I suppose congratulate on the baby. It was sloppy of me that you noticed, but also I do need to ask your forgiveness that I've wanted to listen in on your conversation with Miss Booker.
You cheeky cad.
That makes two of us, if reputations are to be believed.
I believe certain questions should actually be posed to the person that you are inquiring about. It's not my place to say their situation.
Well, then perhaps you can propose some manner of introduction, or I'm trying to do my best to play by the rules of your good society over here and the manners that you all must abide by, but
Is there a drink for saying the name of the game within the game?
Yeah, I was about to say, is
There
there
is
a...
now.
I'm gonna add it right now. Drink.
Okay.
Yeah. Cheers.
for a name drop?
If we were in America, wouldn't be, no one would bat an eye if I were to go up and, strike up a conversation with Miss Booker. But over here, it's all about chaperones and propriety and...
Well, that's only the case with, like, the noble class. There are a few hoops that you need to jump through to speak with a woman. You should inquire via letter first, and then set a date, a venue, get like 16 flowers and a bottle of wine to go to whatever brunch you're having.
That's an awful lot of hoops just to have a conversation.
Or I can ask her to have drinks with us later.
Now there's an idea. But,
Empty Raven back here.
well, I suppose that would be up to her. Want to make sure she is comfortable with this arrangement. Also, thought occurs to me that if gonna have to, depending on how we phrase this, she might think that I am trying to get you to set us up, and whether or not I want her to think that.
Are you interested?
I mean, I've been interested in just about everyone I've met since I came over, but again, your rules and your everything must be done properly over here, and there are only so many toes I can step on.
Well, I hope you're wearing the right shoes because you might be stepping on a lot more toes in the future.
Is this technically a declaration of affection? I kind of think it is. It was a declaration of affection for basically everyone that Bernard has run into. Drink.
So is that, 3 drinks, 4 drinks for every
2.
major character?
It's 2.
But times how many?
No multiplication. No, just
Finish a
Alex has
bottle
to
now
finish
if you
his
want
drink.
me.
There you go.
Well, there's still time for Jarvis and Bernard to have a dalliance. But we'll see.
I mean, in the morning, it depends if Bernard's staying or not. We'll find out.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Don't tease me like this. But for real, what's going on?
Let's see. Stepping back just a second to figure out where this conversation has gone so far. Possible guest lecturing, introduction to Miss Booker. I think is going to, from there is, no, we'll figure out. We'll let Miss Booker make her own assumptions, but I don't know. It seemed like the both of you were rather shaken when you bumped into each other at the party, and I know you said it wasn't your place to talk about it, but I just wanted to figure out, are you doing okay? Having run into her, you're okay. Nothing's. I mean, I gather from your family's reputation, you can handle it, but everything good?
Sorry, I got distracted. Yes, everything's fine. Actually, she's a secret police officer, and I'm wanted in 3 continents, and seeing her here, it surprised me a little. I thought she was on my tail, and no, she's just an old friend that I hadn't seen in a while.
Those are always good to catch up with, though. We should talk more about this secret police and 3 continents chasing you across the continents, and now you're pregnant with her child. It'll be, can make a pretty penny selling it to the penny dreadfuls.
I never fancied myself an author, but if you are proposing, then I can get you a first draft by Monday.
Possibly get started now, and I think is going to. Do you have any Parkman and a quill I can borrow? And it's just going to take a sheet and it's just going to basically tap them both with a wand and have it just start writing. And it's going to be the most trashy of, like, he was a scoundrel, she was an officer of the law. Their love was forbidden, but it could not be stopped. And it just starts writing on its own.
She was a girl. Could it be any more obvious?
You guys realize it's not even 10, right? It's like 9:30.
Yo, we have so much further to go. I'm just gonna declare, that's the thing. I can just declare water breaks, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Water breaks.
Anytime anyone breaks into song.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that's where my mind went as soon as he started saying those words.
Perfect.
But I've also had that song stuck in my head all day, and I also don't know why.
It's the eyeliner.
Nostalgia. Both.
Both. Why not both?
You know, eyeliner and nostalgia. The 2
Go ahead,
genders.
The 2 genders.
Eyeliner, nostalgia.
I'm sure some suburban housewife will take a fancy to this. masterful work of literature.
Y'all are so stuffy over here that might have to, it certainly won't be publishable and circulated among proper society. It's going to be a quite the bodice ripper.
Do I need a pen name? Like a nom de plume?
Oh, most certainly. Let's see. Jarvis Hawke into...
Galloping Dick.
No, that's too ridiculous. There's no way anyone could have that name. But how about Franklin Crow?
Franklin Crow. I like it.
Like the Frank gentleman. And I think from there it just evolves into them theory crafting this epic tale of whatever it is, and changing the names, and just it devolves into, it's like when you and your friends when you were teenagers wrote really bad trashy fanfic at sleepovers.
How dare you take me back to that dark time?
Who said only teenagers could do that? But whatever, it's fine. No, it's cool. Whatever.
I mean that in terms of the quality of the material. It only gets better as you age, obviously. But
good save.
These are Bernard and Jarvis are amateur fanfic writers at this point.
Hey, I'd like to spend a resolve token.
Yes, sir.
If this scene is ending, Jessamine bumps into Avalon in the foyer of the manor.
Oh, we already had the scene planned. It's
fine. Oh, you already did?
You should see my
Sick.
Discord messages right now.
I'll keep my token, thank you.
Keep it.
Keep
I don't
it.
need
No, I'm
it.
gonna take it.
No, you can
You
have
fell
it.
into my
I don't
trap.
want any more. You've activated their trap card.
You've activated my trap card.
Is pop culture references also a drinkable offense?
It is now.
Oh, we will die. Like puns and pop culture references, we will be dead before 11.
I'm gonna drink some water for that one.
Yeah, good plan. As Jarvis and Bernard devolve into fanfic and such, it's late. It's like 2 a.m. And we pan over to the Cross Estate, which I believe was Iron Hand Castle.
I should have written this.
And it was
somewhere.
Castle because the crosses are
Yes,
definitely...
Iron Hand Castle.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I win. Avalon, you make your way in and dally about, I'm assuming. How does this accidental interaction occur?
So Avalon, as soon as they got home, checked on her sister and made sure that everything was okay there, and just like checked on the general status of the castle, and then when Jessamine comes in, immediately off the foyer there is a sitting room with a fireplace, and the fire is currently going in the room, and Avalon has a bottle of wine that they have been drinking straight out of the bottle, and they are sort of leaning with one hand against the mantle of the fireplace, dramatically over it, drinking out of this bottle as she enters.
And she walks by. I think the shot is from inside the study, and she walks by and keeps walking, and then comes back into the doorway and is walks away. Comes back one more time. Layrd Cross?
Turns around. Oh, Miss Booker. I expected you back already.
Forgive me if I'm interrupting. It's just rather late. You're right.
Yes, I suppose it is. Fine. I suppose you have... Morgan has classes early. You're out awfully late for that.
Yes, well, I'm quite proficient in my job. So, trust me, your sister's education is the first thing on my mind.
Is it?
Yes. I've lost sleep over many different things and still manage to teach her every day.
And these subjects you instruct her on: arithmetic, language, the arts. I don't suppose Mr. Hawke is an expert on these subjects.
What business do you have asking about Mr. Hawke?
I suppose every business is your employer. If you're going to be socializing with people of that nature, you're either very foolish or there's something else at play here.
If I might be so bold, Your Honor, what do you mean when you question Mr. Hawke's nature? What do you mean people of that nature? There are so many kinds of people. It seems you have something in mind.
Avalon steps away from the fireplace and closing the gap between Miss Booker. There's a slight sway to her walk. Seems a little bit into their cups. And he says, "Do you really not know of the Hawks? I find it hard to believe. Your sister, I believe, runs the bar?
My
Miss
cousin.
Heidi Booker? Cousin, right. Surely your cousin would have told you."
I try not to subscribe to gossip and unfounded rumors.
Well, that's unfortunate because gossip is the trade currency in our dreary little town.
Well, perhaps
The Hawks are...
for those in your part of society, but not for mine. I tend to judge people based on their actions, not on the words of others. Not even yours, my lord.
Interesting. And where did you have such an upbringing? If not in our dreary little town.
Nearby. A small village. I'm sure you've never heard of it.
Try me.
That seems like a very good way to lose my job. So I don't think I will.
And why would that be?
I've spent long enough in this house, my lord, to know that trying you is an excellent way to end up in the gutter.
So you see me the villain here?
No. I see my place in your home.
And what a place you've made for yourself. Instructor to my dear sister. All at the behest of my mother. What do you think of her? I'm sure you've had conversations as part of your hiring.
The Baroness.
Yes, the one and only.
One and only, indeed.
How do you find her?
I find her ever present, Your Honor, as is necessary for a baroness.
An apt observation. Avalon closes the gap even further, standing in the entryway with Jessamine. What is your game here, Miss Booker?
What makes you think it's a game, Your Honor?
I rarely trust a woman wearing gloves. It's a cliche at best, and something only read about in the most trite of fiction, but
I disagree.
cliches hold some holding in reality.
And I disagree that it's trite. I do spend much of my day teaching your sister about literature. I see you're also well read.
Yes.
I'm not playing games. I'm here to do a job. And regardless of your thoughts about me or women wearing gloves, I care for your sister very much. And I take this job very seriously. Regardless of where I come from, and regardless of what I think of you and your meddling in my daily affairs. Your sister needs stability at her age. And if you'll allow me to speak freely, your mother's parenting will not give her that. So I try my best. Having you also undermine me will be disastrous for her. So if you want to call it a game, fine. That is the game I'm playing. And it has nothing to do with my gloves.
You confound me.
You're not the first person who's told me that.
There's more going on here than you're saying.
You're welcome to make all the assumptions about me you want. Like I said, I don't care for unfounded words. Chad has redeemed a mini monologue.
Or
Avalon.
Ooh. Thank you, Chad. What is Avalon thinking?
Sorry, I took advantage of your dramatic pause.
Thank you. There's something going on here that I don't understand, and I hate that feeling. This woman, seemingly come out of nowhere, to take up a place at the most prestigious tutoring opportunity possible within our town. I'm certain she's connected to my mother somehow, though I don't know how. Her connection with that Hawke fellow also concerns me. It's possible it's a coincidence, but I can't take any chances here. There's too much at risk.
Well done. Tit for tat. Savvy. You haven't monologued yet, just to save you the trouble of having to monologue, you know, at the end.
I'll spend my token.
Yay! Do it.
All right. Hold on.
What is going through Jessamine's mind right now?
Number 1, set monologue to yes. I very much dislike all these questions. Perhaps I've shown my hand too early. No? I've said nothing but the truth. I do take this job very seriously. Regardless of what this person thinks of me. You're a lady, Jessamine. Though I don't mind them standing so close. Stop. Absolutely not. Ridiculous. I hope they believed all that. Or else I'm really in trouble. And everything I've set in motion will not come to pass. Which would be a problem.
Well done, you secrety McSecreton and sons. All right. We've all monologued now, yes? Excellent.
One other thing with this scene, unless there's something that Jessamine wanted to say, is Avalon steps forward and like gets very close, looking her one eye to the other. I'll see you in the morning. And turns off. Good night, Miss Booker.
Good night, Laird Cross.
Chat would like to parse whether or not that monologue revelation of Jessamine not minding Avalon standing too close is a personal revelation of affection for another. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. So 2 drinks, everyone.
I mean, no one said they had to be happy with it or dealing with it well.
It's very true. Drink 2. As Laird Cross storms off to their bedchambers, you're left alone, Jessamine. Anything else for the evening before you also head off to bed?
She would stop in and make sure Morgan's asleep. Because it is very late. And she's like 14. So, she would stop in very quietly. Any like secret lit candles hidden badly behind something, or late night fan fiction reading.
I'm just gonna preemptively drink.
Probably for the best. It's late, at least at this point in the evening. I think everyone is drifting off or otherwise.
I think as you peek in on Morgan, she is asleep, but is probably talking in her sleep and just is like, "Oh, Valley, can I please have a Pegasus? I know they don't exist, but you can do anything, can't you?"
Drink water, because that's adorable.
Jess just shakes her head, smiles, goes off to bed, and gets up an hour earlier than she usually does.
Just to prove them wrong. I love it. Excellent. That was like several visitations in like one evening, which I don't think we've ever done. That was cool. I liked that.
That was very cool.
Are there any other visitations that we wanted to get on to during this novel chapter.
Do you think there's one I would like to have Bernard have with his aunt, but maybe we should have our first break? Unless I'm misreading the time.
Oh, well, since we're gonna have 2 of them, I figured like nowish and then like a little before 11 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So we absolutely could, unless you you wanted to get it in before 10.
I think we could do this one now. It'll probably be a quick one.
Sure, let's do it.
And I think for your purposes, Sid, given what you know, I think this is going to be basically Ariana trying to train Bernard in some of the more proper uses of magic.
Ah, her proper uses of magic.
Yeah.
Excellent. Why don't we say that I would have to say this is at least much later in the next day, if not several days afterwards. They are maybe breakfasting or lunching together. We haven't officially met her yet. What does she sound like? Okay. So, my dear, you do know that eventually we will have to pass along this very treasured magic among the family.
Yeah, but I mean, you do recognize I'm not going to fully devote myself to just this magic, right?
But why?
Because I can do so much more than just, the Sinclair magic. I mean, you know what I'm getting up to over in America. It's
hijinks and frivolity mainly.
Yeah, but it's a
proper use of magic. It's an important use of magic that spreads along through the ages, really.
All right. Yep. I mean, okay. Yes. Teach me more about our families, our British families' magic.
Excellent. Well, let's go to the drawing room. And she'll stand, she'll take her cane, she'll walk down the hallway, and the drawing room is not what you would typically think of as a drawing room. What she calls the drawing room is actually where she focuses in her oracle magics in order to read into the future. Sort of drawing on the energies, as it were. And she'll bring you to a very large round table. There are a couple of chairs set about it, beautiful silk laid across it with this rather large, ornate crystal ball. It has almost these like claw feet at the bottom where it rests. Beautiful, lavish. And she will sit at a chair directly in front of it. And we'll motion you to sit next to her. Now, when reading the crystal, one must completely focus one's energies to its very center. And once one has done so, one can then receive its energies immediately reflected back into one's spirit. And from there, one may divulge in the secrets of the soon to pass. Does that make sense, my dear?
I think so, but I guess it's just, it can't just be, raw magical input and then...
No. Stop. You're thinking too much about these things. Just focus. Go on. Just focus your energies at the very center, the very heart of it. Go ahead.
Now, do I need to know, the diameter?
Yes, stop. Focus.
Okay. Good,
yes.
I don't think this is the first time that they've done this. I think there's
Probably
been
not.
some
You have
attempts.
been. You've probably been subjected to this at least a couple times in your visit so far.
Yep. I think, this may be towards one of the first times that Bernard's getting any kind of proper feedback from the crystal ball, instead of just like, oh, he probably just made it glow the first few times instead of actual divination. But I certainly don't think he is strong enough to fully parse whatever information he gets from it yet.
Okay.
But I do think he does try and focus to appease his aunt, and is getting something from it this time.
Okay. Would you like to spend a token to do some magic? Or would you like to take a token because it doesn't necessarily go as planned?
I think at this point I need to take a token.
Do it, yeah.
So I'm running low, and if I want to keep doing magic.
All right.
So,
how do you hurt someone important to you? Oof. How do you earn the enmity or the hatred of a faction? What significant sacrifice do you make to cast this magic? How does magic consume or possess you, and how does it linger inside you afterwards? How does this act of magic go disastrously out of control? Or how is the effect of this act of magic completely different to that intended?
I'm torn between two here. My first thought was the enmity of a faction, in that in just letting his mind wander, he starts thinking about the Arcanum Populi and maybe somehow manages to focus in on a member of it in some degree. Like, it probably gets blocked because they, of course, have those sorts of protections. So there's that. Or if he's just thinking about something, and for the completely different to that intended, it ends up focusing on someone else. And I guess part of this will depend on, does Aunt Ariana get to see the same things that Bernard is seeing, or is she just relying on his reporting of the magic?
I would say she's skilled enough that she would kind of get an idea that whether or not he was being successful with it, just sort of by, being observing it. So I won't say she necessarily sees what you are seeing. But okay, and reading this too, since there's not technically a target for this other than the target being yourself, I get to pick the question.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna say, how does this magic consume or possess you, and how does it linger inside you afterwards?
Okay, I think... I think I want to say that he is still putting probably too much energy into it, and so he gets into... I'm trying to balance this with scrying versus divination and future telling. Because I was leaning towards some kind of scrying, but what I'm leaning towards is basically whoever the magic ends up focusing on, he kind of gets inside their head, and for a brief little time is basically just repeating what they're saying, what they're hearing, what they're thinking. And then for a little bit after that, there's still kind of a lingering psychic connection. For who knows how long. Maybe it'll come into play in an interesting way. Maybe it'll wear off by the time they next interact.
Okay, I like this. Let's say then that since it went so wrong, it's just going to accidentally peer through the eyes of someone. Let's say that it accidentally gives you a peek through the eyes of Professor Camilla Wilmore. So you peer into the crystal, and you're trying again, like she's trying to give you the visual of focusing directly on the very center of this like pristine, flawless crystal ball. And you focus your energy further and further, and as it comes to that very point, the very center of this ball, you have an errant thought about sort of the political climate that you have inadvertently walked into, being the Yankee here, and it drifts off to sort of the college itself, and you go spiraling from your point of view into the crystal itself, and through there you're almost just dropped directly into sort of like the movie view of like viewing through just someone's eyes. Like it's not your eyes, it's sort of, you know, blurry around the outsides, but you are seeing through the eyes of Professor Wilmore, who is in the middle of a lecture at the college currently. You see a variety of faces throughout the town, some that you have seen, some you have not. And she seems to be giving a rather spirited lecture about fluoromancy, in fact. And it's very odd. Like at this point, you know something's gone wrong. You're not entirely sure what it is or where you are. And then you think back to your, you know, semi-drunken conversation about geraniums with the twins at the party. And you're like, has this gone completely wrong? Like, am I in my own head right now? What has happened? Am I unconscious? And they continue to give this rather boisterous lecture. And then you happen to see, as these eyes that are not your own scan through the crowd of students, you see a rather bored and slightly annoyed Jarvis, I would assume, probably stacking some books, doing odd things here and there as someone gives this lecture.
And I do think as part of this, you know, it's kind of just automatic coming out of Bernard's mouth, you know, the things she's saying at the very least. And so it's probably, you know, like you said, stuff about fluoromancy. And I think that's probably, I'm thinking Aunt Ariana cuts him off or like pulls him out of it, realizing it's, you know, he's gone off on a tangent or whatever. But
at some point, then she would kind of recognize what's going on and sort of snap you out of it, perhaps moving the ball or doing something else. I like the idea of that sort of snapping back and forth in the middle of this, sort of in the middle of your day, out of nowhere. Jarvis, something's off. Like you were just, you know, going about your busy work throughout Professor Wilmore's lecture. And you just sort of gaze up at her like something's weird. And you can't quite put your finger on it. And as soon as it's happened, it goes away. Really weird.
Mm. He'll wait till she's finished.
And with that, you are whipped back to the drawing room, Mr. Sinclair, with your aunt sort of smacking you about the shoulders. No. That was somewhere between scrying and I don't know what, but that's not what the ball is for, boy.
Oh, but okay, but I was still able to do it. And don't you see how that could be useful?
It's not useful at all. This ball is specifically for looking into the future. You weren't looking at the present.
Okay, yes, but again, do you not see how that could have its uses? Like, yes.
Unless you saw into the immediate future of whoever you were talking to, I'm assuming someone at the university, thinking about who they should be partnering with in the next 3 to 5 months, it was completely useless.
Yeah, well, somehow I doubt the esteemed professor Actually, do we know, is the professor already married, or are they single, or what is their
You don't know.
situation?
Yeah, I don't know.
But,
I mean, unless you looked into it while you've been here. I don't know.
no, but...
Nah. And you have no idea.
I think Bernard realizes this is probably a conversation he's had with his aunt before, how she is just like, nope, we must use it for divination and for matchmaking. She just doesn't want to accept that, like, this other perfectly legitimate use of the crystal ball for scrying, and she's just like, that's not what we do. It's just a headache, but he is also still, yes, okay, let's try again, and I will try and, find some, young teenager and find out who they fancy and if it is a good match.
Don't focus. You're not ready for that yet. Just focus on the ball and let it do the work for you.
Okay. And I think it's going to settle in again, and that's probably a good chunk of the morning.
The rest of the day, I'm sure, yeah. And while Mr. Sinclair is beat about the shoulders to look into divination, unless there were any other visitations that we definitely needed to get to. Or should we take our first break? Yeah? All right. Then we shall. Thank you so much for sticking around with us so far, friends. We are going to mainly refresh our water. I've almost consumed this entire thing, which is great. So, but other drinks as well. Yeah, maybe snacks, other things like carbs, probably a good idea as we go through the long haul this evening. Stick around though. We shall be back in a few short minutes and continue on through the rest of our cycle of play. Stick around. And welcome back, Internet. We have taken our first break. We have refreshed. I have yet again refilled the water bottle, so that's important. Have yourself a drink of your own, I hope, because we are continuing with our amazing Elegant Magicks drinking game. Should be fun. Follow along at home. We have just completed our second novel chapter of this cycle of play. Yay. Well done, friends. So we are going to move on to our reputation stage. If our players would like to pull up their family background and character sheets, they should be good to go on that. And yeah, let's check in on how we did this time around.
Water break.
Oh, we have a water break redemption.
We're just wildly pointing, trying not to interrupt. Chat said water.
Chat said water. Drink water. Thank you, chat. Thank you for that reminder. Excellent. Oh, I didn't need that lid. It's fine. All right. Why don't we start at the top? Vile, how do you think Avalon did this time around while I hunt for my lid? Found it.
I have to think that with everything that it's going to be a negative tag.
Awesome.
Well, I'm trying to pull up the sheet, and I realize that's the one thing I don't think I had in my file here.
Oh no. I could pull them up too. For the peerage, correct?
Yes.
Let's see. On behalf of the peerage.
Because it's acted in contravention. I remember some of it. Acted in contravention to society's conventions.
I don't know, desire in a way that compromised your duty and morality or allowed others of lesser rank to talk down to you or treat you as an inferior.
I kind of did let Jessamine, I mean, in two different ways with Bernard and Jessamine, letting Bernard kind of talk to them as an equal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Jessamine ever got to the point where she referred to Avalon as an inferior.
I sassed you pretty good a couple of times.
You did sass them pretty good, though. But I think just like between that, like I can't pick one thing in particular, but between that and going to a bar and having a drink with some people and the conversation that they had with their mother,
well, even in that regard, you totally like they went to dinner with their mother and sat through a good 20 to 30 minutes of her berating them. So in that way, they definitely acted in service or duty and morality that compromised their desires, for sure.
That is actually definitely true, if I think about it.
The rest, Bernard, as far as you know, was not an equal, but definitely not like inferior.
Yeah.
But
and either way, did not like ever address Avalon. That would have been not appropriate for their station.
I mean, the one thing would be like maybe the assassin, because just definitely sassed him a little bit, but also it was literally the two of them in the room. So
if you think that,
well, I know she'd sassed him knowing full well that Mr. Sinclair was listening.
That's true. At the bar, in the little moat there. That's true too.
But that was also like not directly at Avalon. That was more like the.
No, I did say, Laird Cross. If you want to know about my shit, you can just ask me.
That's right. Yeah.
In so many words.
I mean,
I
could argue a positive or a neutral. I would honestly, I feel like that tongue lashing that they took from their mother pretty much trumped everything else that went down. Because god damn, the fact that they sat through that much of it was astonishing.
I'm willing to.
But up to you.
I'll go for the positive tag then. Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I'm trying to think what tag would go with that.
Thesaurus.
Long suffering.
Yeah,
that's not quite a positive.
Like resilient or
Not deferential. Not obedient by any means.
No.
Yeah, what is a good for long suffering? that's pretty much it right there.
My brain said like stalwart, and I was trying to think of like something a little
like uncompromising.
Yeah.
Steadfast.
Resolute.
Ooh, yes, that's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Okay, let's go with that.
Awesome.
All right.
Excellent. Savvy. How'd Jessamine do?
Oh man, I don't know. Like very good, but also very bad. I wanna lean into like the fact that in that conversation that she had with Avalon, that sort of late night conversation, that she like didn't give a lot away and was like, nope, I'm just doing my job here, and I'm gonna answer your questions, and I'm gonna not say a bunch of bad shit about your mom, even though I want to. So I'm gonna be very diplomatic.
Acted in obedience to society's conventions despite considerable hardship in doing so, I would say is pretty fair.
I think so.
Sacrificed or denied your own desires to, I wouldn't say you were pleasing someone of a higher rank, more trying not to get trampled upon. Yeah, I'd say positive.
Okay. I like diplomatic for this.
Oh, most certainly. I think that's perfect.
That in like under real pressure is like, oh, your mother? Yes.
She's something, all right.
She's always listening.
Perfect.
I think it sort of sums up the whole thing.
I'm just imagining her with the voice of Roz from Monsters Inc. I'm watching you, Jessamine. Always watching.
Oh no, I have to change the whole character now.
You really do.
Oh boy.
Heck. Rewrites.
Rewrites.
I'll fix it in
All right.
post.
Does that mean
Exactly. Yeah, we'll fix
the
it.
brow beatings are gonna get like twice as long because of the drawl.
Yep.
Bet.
But twice as good. Excellent. RJ, how did Jarvis fare?
I'm seeing ±0.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything overtly bad or good.
Okay.
I admonished my family, but the positive tag gain is made a sacrifice or denied your own desire to show you're not like the rest of your family.
Legislative interventions and a source of duty morality. Yeah.
I mean, maybe offering to help Jessamine for acted in obedience to society's conventions despite considerable hardships in doing so.
Yeah. You didn't publicly defend any members of your family. You didn't really act in contravention to any conventions, at least publicly. Yeah.
No, ±0.
Yeah, fairly neutral. We'll get you in there eventually, dude.
Eventually.
Yeah. All right. So neutral. And Alex.
Let's see.
How's good old Bernie this time around?
So there's one point that I think could fit either the acted in obedience society's conventions despite considerable hardship, or the negative of acting in a way that would shame or embarrass your place of origin, which is the whole thing of, you know, if this was America, I would just go up and let someone know I'm interested, but here I have to do the whole song and dance. So there's that where it's like the same thing kind of cancels each other out for that, but I'm also wondering if, because there was a whole lot of using magic to spy on people, maybe that
you
is-
weren't caught. Now, if you got caught by everybody and they made a stink, that'd be one thing.
Yeah.
But you did it, you just didn't get caught.
Okay, so then I guess let's go with that first point and try and figure out whether it is acted in obedience despite considerable hardship, or I am shaming America.
Did I shame America? Kind of a hard thing to do at this point. Anyway, that's fine. Well, I mean, he asked, right? He asked what the proper thing to do would be, and then he didn't just turn around and do the opposite. He made, kind of said it was silly, but I mean, he didn't just run up to try to introduce himself to her afterwards. He kind of followed the protocol, so I could argue neutral, or I could argue a positive in that regard.
Let's
Up to
do
you.
Positive, just to get some more tags out there.
Sure. What
The
would this
first one I
be?
was thinking of was like obliging, but one, I feel like I had that tag last season. And two, I don't know if it's the best fit.
Let's see. Amenable. Oh, damn it. I said
Drink
it.
some
Drink water. But it's right here on Thesaurus. Does that still count? Yeah, it still counts.
Just means it's a sponsored drink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just means we're drinking to them and they're not paying us.
Sponsored.
Thesaurus.com,
Sponsor us.
you're literally our favorite website.
Literally. We use you all the time in the new year because you take it into your heart to throw some money our way. Thanks. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Because I still don't know any of the rules to this game.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
How long has it been? What's the rule for how many tags you get and then you get a thing?
3.
On your third.
I have
of
3.
either. You have 3? Oh, look at that! Well, perfect.
I thought it was like the one past 3, and then I was
Nope,
like,
it's
no,
the third.
That was my third positive.
And
tag.
you are the tutor, yes?
Yes.
So you get to choose that from the tutor.
God damn it. I don't want all these things. Okay.
Bad.
So I've got either
Mhm.
equals your employer and their children view you as one of the family. They extend to you the social privileges they enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to pick it and we'll figure it out, but...
Or trustworthy. You win your employer's absolute trust. They believe you can do no wrong unless proven otherwise. I assume that is Mama.
Yes, most likely.
Promotion to governess.
You were saying? So I'm gonna go with trustworthy.
Okay.
You win your employer's absolute trust. They believe you can do no wrong unless proven otherwise.
Excellent. Which just adds a whole other can of worms, because if
Boy.
Mama takes you as completely trustworthy, Avalon's just gonna think you're even worse. So this is great. I love it. I love the drama. Perfect. Excellent. Yay. Positive tags all around. All right.
Okay.
Obliging,
Still gotta figure out.
compliant, considerate, courteous,
Maybe considerate.
hospitable, polite, neighborly, congenial, cordial, courteous,
I think we'll go with considerate.
considerate. I like it. Excellent.
Sorry I jacked your condition.
We're good.
But don't you worry, Bernard's condition is jacked.
Oh yeah. Excellent. And that's reputation for you, which means we move on to letters. We've got letters. Another round of letters. Let's start bottom row. Let's start with Alex.
Okay.
Who's sending a letter?
I think it's going to be Bernard to Skylar. I think it's essentially, Dear Skylar, it occurs to me that if I am to possibly, it's too impolite to say play the field, but that's how we might consider it in America. But if I were to begin courting people here, that there are certain rules and protocols to follow. And while some individuals have begun to offer their guidance and support in respect to certain other individuals, it occurs to me that I may need somewhat of a crash course in how to go about this without either making an ass of myself or committing such a faux pas that, a family decides to swear a blood oath against me or something, which, given that I am a Yank, in quotation marks, I feel like they might not be too far off from doing. So we may need to have we may need to begin lessons in this regard And irrespective of that, though it may be a better place to go about doing it, we do need to get some drinks sometime soon. The best, Bernie.
I do love that he signs everything Bernie. Oh, man. RJ.
Jessamine gets a tapping on her window, and when she opens it, there is a paper sparrow that unfolds into a letter. It reads, "Glad you're back. A certain American asked me to introduce you to him. Drink sometime later. Jay."
Aw. Other Jay. Jasmine. Or
Oh, that's so neat.
whoever Savvy controls, really.
It's all of you, don't you know?
But really, continue. Go ahead.
Jessamine sends a note to Heidi. Very discreetly. It says, "Dear cousin, I know you heard everything. Spill. I'll be by tonight. Jay."
Well.
This will be a letter from Layrd Avalon Cross to Mr. Bernard Sinclair. And it will read, "Bernard, it was a pleasure catching up. I was sincere when I said we should do that more now that you are back in town. This letter, however, is to convey a more personal nature, and I would inquire that you, or I would impress upon you the nature of destroying this correspondence upon its receipt. The meeting that I spoke of will take place 3 nights hence. Meet me at the pub once again, and I will escort you to our location. Wear something nondescript. And bring your philosophies. See you soon. Avalon Cross."
Oh boy. All right. Heidi will send a return letter to Jessamine, which will say, "Jessie, I don't know that you really want to know everything necessarily. Plausible deniability and all that. Let's just say I suggest that you perhaps meet with me in the next few days, and maybe some of this information might come about. Only the bits that you need to know, that is. But you know to find me. XSOO, Heidi." And the second letter will be a much more desperate missive from down in the kitchens from Ophelia, which will just read, "I need details. Oh." Because you didn't come and tell her everything about the party. And she's freaking out. Val.
The second letter is also from Avalon. However, this is... I don't even know who this would go to. I think this is some contact within maybe a records department, or somebody that we can create within probably the college or some other official institution within town. basically stating we can decide who it goes to once the contents of the letter are revealed. But it is. I write to you to make a formal inquiry into the lineage of the Booker family. I'd like any details pertaining to the parentage and extended relations of one Jessamine Booker. Please return this post haste. I will compensate you appropriately for your efforts. Layrd, Avalon Cross.
This could get interesting. Savvy?
I am going to write a letter. Well, I'm going to write a letter to myself. Jessamine is going to write essentially what is like a report, like a check-in, and is going to send it to the Baroness, probably because she has to, and then also send a copy to Avalon. Avalon's has a note at the top. It is essentially like another check-in. It is just a lot of stuff about Morrigan's current curriculum and a status report and where she's at and all of this stuff, just a big chunk of stuff. And then Avalon's, I think, just has a note at the top from her that just says, like, Layrd Cross. If it please you, I can provide more regular check-ins regarding your sister's education. I send these to the Baroness regularly, but if you would also like to receive them, please let me know. And it's just a bunch of boring garbage.
The nicest dig ever. I love it. Excellent. RJ?
This will happen on a night he draws the curtains and pulls the sapphire earpiece out. Osprey remains in the back rows. Redtail captures both Arabian and Ada. Lioness in check.
Just one more time for me, please.
Osprey remains in the back row. Redtail captures Arabian and Adder. Lioness in check.
Okay. Cool.
I'll write that down for you.
Please do. Can just send it to me if you don't mind. And Alex.
I don't know that I have any that is like plot progression. So I think it might
It's not to be plot, it could just be funny.
Yeah, I think it's just Bernard writing to Jarvis. And, there's a note on it saying, we should catch up, drinks again soon. Oh, and by the way, here's what I wrote so far. And it's just a few pages of the fan fiction. Or probably a few chapters.
We're going to have a complete fan fiction at the end of this. I can guarantee it. I love it.
Yeah, I think drinks again soon, the fan fiction. Oh, and by the way, have you heard from Miss Booker yet? But it doesn't press too much on that.
I love this. Excellent. Well, I believe that completes our second round of epistolary. I am realizing that we do need to go back and real quick do reputation for the factions. Oops. We're learning. So we'll go through that real quick. Let's see. For each positive reputation tag gained by a faction member is a +1. I believe that was just Avalon then? Is someone that got a positive tag and is a faction member?
Yes. Well,
Avalon.
I am I don't know if I'm the only one, but yes.
Okay, so and Avalon is a member of the Arcanum, correct?
The Arcanum, yes.
Okay, so that is a +1 to the Arcanum. And then other folks I don't believe were officially, Jessamine not officially in a faction. Excellent. Okay, so that's just the +1. No negative tags. We didn't really have any of the leaders involved in this novel chapter, so that's nothing involved. So hey, the Arcanum gets a +1 to their reputation for a whopping -3. Hey, look at that. They're moving up in the world. Excellent. Adjusted. Awesome. All right. So that leaves us with some upkeep, friends. First and foremost, do we have... I don't think we have. Actually, I think everyone went through and actually monologued through this this end of things, so we don't have any monologues that we have to go through. Look at us. It's like we've played this before now. Go ahead and everyone, I'll just click you back up for monologue tokens. Perfect. Everyone take a token as a gift, as a treat. Everyone take a token. I get my tokens back.
Technically, the drink was use a token, but
I gave them all, so everyone take a drink. Excellent.
I was asking if Sappy wants more tokens. She currently has 9.
She's almost at max.
She's really close.
Meanwhile, the rest of us have 4.
I just get really invested in watching scenes and then I forget to use them.
Use more magic.
Oh, I love it so. We also need to, let's see, next up. We need to, if I remember correctly. Oh yes, inner conflicts. Right.
Chat gifted me a token.
Chat, you
Why?
lovely people.
Can I give it to someone else?
I think they just want you to max out.
All right. I'm done now.
Savvy is maxed on tokens.
I'm about
Savvy
to do
is
so much
maxed.
magic, y'all don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
Magic Palooza.
I
up
have
in
10
here.
tokens. That means I can become a lich now.
Wait, I don't. Did we discuss?
It was in the book. I read it.
Was it?
I definitely
10
read the
tokens.
rules.
I feel like that was maybe like an
Oh.
elective, kind of like flanking, in 5e.
you're- You're wrong. It's actually you summon Cthulhu now.
Oh,
I would like to point out that Savvy has unlocked the hidden rule of the game, and that is when someone reaches 10 tokens, we all take a drink.
Oh, that is true.
I'm out. I'll be right back.
Now I have to go to the shrine of the silver monkey.
This does remind me, and I've meant to bring it up during our break. Did we let Sid know about the redemption that happened earlier in the day for this game?
Yes, I am aware, and I will be integrating that lovely NPC name as best I can.
heckin' concerned.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Yes. Go ahead and look on your character sheets for your inner conflicts. And yeah, we kind of have to pick them, don't we? Let's do that, shall we? So, since Val is off screen at the moment, we'll start with Savvy. this first round of upkeep, we pick our inner conflicts as we see them insofar. So far, Savvy, what would you say Jesmine's inner conflicts are?
I would say I'm getting the sheet to load.
Oh, fair.
I think, like, I don't have single words for them yet, but, like, as a whole, thematically, I think what she is, like, mostly struggling with right now is, is sort of her job and her love for Morgan and all of that, and keeping that, as opposed to, like, the parts of the Cross family that she is maybe working against.
So perhaps,
like, if I wanted to simplify it down in like in the terms of like what we used last season and everything, I would say like love versus duty, but in a different sort of thematic sense.
even like career versus something. Answer me this. She obviously cares very much for Morgan. Is the fact that Morgan is just a delight? Is that really sort of the biggest factor in why she wants to keep this job? Or is that just like a byproduct of getting to be with this lovely little kid?
No, I think she really does want to keep this, whether it's like keep this job or like I think she wants to like continue to be a good influence on her, or what she thinks is a good influence. Like I think she wants to continue to be that influence, and like I think she loves Morgan and considers her family and like and all of that. I think that's real.
Okay.
So maybe guidance for that side of things.
I was even thinking if she really views Morgan even on the same legs as family, and she's sort of doing the rest of this to bring her family back up, maybe family's on an end of one of those.
I'm trying to
like
decide which end to put family on.
Why don't we'll continue thinking on that. You keep thinking on that one. We'll move on, and then we'll solidify these. RJ.
I don't want to say duty, but it's like
Duty. Continue.
Responsibility versus freedom.
Yeah, I think that's solid. Most certainly. Solid. Alex.
So I think the ideals are certainly, continue to be, proponent of generalist magic versus that's clearly not going to fly here. And, I can only push the boundaries so far before they're going to push back. So maybe, would it be too much to say revolutionary versus, revolutionary versus propriety? Or revolution versus propriety?
Riddle me this.
Mm-hmm.
What is Bernie's biggest reason for being here? Is it that he needs to like find a partner and settle down and like grow the oil empire? Or is he a lot more focused on sort of these like, yeah, like the revolutionary ideals? Because his desire more leans toward like, I gotta find somebody and settle down and like have a family of Sinclairs.
Yeah, I think it is. He does need to find a partner, and then the idea or the hope is that could then bring them around to like, we don't have to just stick to your family's way of doing magic. Like, hey kid, you want to try some magic? Do that later. But there is definitely an aspect of I need to play by their rules if I'm going to have any success in this.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I would say at least on one side is like propriety or what's one word for being old-fashioned?
Traditional?
Yeah, tradition versus think on it. Move along.
Mm-hmm.
Val.
So this is also maybe a thinker.
Mm-hmm.
So on one end is their ideals or their morality. Because I think ideals is the best term of it because it is the concept of their desire. Moving, trying to uproot their family, drive their family towards ruin, seeing them as the sort of instrument of a lot of the unfairness in this society.
Mm-hmm.
So on one end is ideals. I think on the other end, I'm trying to decide whether it would be family, but family doesn't really make sense because the only family they really care about is Morgan. So I'm almost thinking like happiness versus ideals. Like, because right now they're not really concerned about they're driving so hard about trying to pursue that, like joining the Arcanum and trying to pursue this ideal that they have, and they haven't really been confronted to like what is actually going to make me happy. And that's kind of where we're driving with like some of these other things that are coming up with like Bernard coming back and like this thing with like Jessamine and all that. It's like where like they may be able to overthrow the magic elite. In the end, where does that actually get them?
I like idealism on one end for sure. That's solid.
Yeah. So I was debating like family, personal satisfaction, happiness.
I think fulfilling their idealism could definitely make them happy. So like I don't want to put like that's the only thing that would make them happy is like just chilling with Morgan, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would feel like that's just what's like a nice way of saying stagnant. Like that's easy. Like they have that already. Like they could just literally just sit around and do nothing and they've got that. Like Morgan adores them, whatever. Complacency is
Status
much
quo.
Closer. Yeah.
Contentment?
Yeah. Idealism versus contentment? Versus comfort? Versus convenience?
I like I like comfort, I think.
Okay. Idealism versus comfort.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because they are sort of guaranteed if they decided to stick with what their mother is saying and follow this like path that's been laid out, could live a very comfortable life that way. Or they stick with their ideals, lose everything probably. And yeah, I like that.
Awesome.
I do as much
Yay.
as comfort.
All right, making our way back around. Making my way back around. Sorry.
Dang it.
It's habit. I apologize. Oh, now we do all have to drink because someone's saying. My bad.
Mhm.
All right. What you thinking, Jessamine?
I'm going to say love versus responsibility.
Bam.
Because, yeah, I think the responsibility to her family is why she's here, and now she's sort of entrenched in this, like, oh no, I do very much also care about this job and love Morgan, and so there's a tension there that I think is gonna cause some drama.
I like it. We got Val's. RJ stepped away for a moment. Alex, ideas?
The word that just came to mind was tradition versus agency, but I don't think that's quite the right word for it.
Okay. I definitely like tradition, because that's the whole gotta settle down.
I mean, it could just be tradition versus innovation.
Ooh. Yeah. I like that. Awesome. And, well, RJ actually is good to go. So we all have our inner conflict set to go. Excellent. So, unless anyone felt like they needed to change out their desire at this point, still feeling pretty good where we're at. Otherwise, I think that's it for upkeep. So we shall... Oh man, we don't have a big event or anything. Do we need to just make one up? I think we need to just make up a friggin' party. But it needs to be an interesting party.
Speed dating is put on by the oracular matchmakers.
I love it! Oh my god! Okay, but how do they go about this magically? Because like speed dating, like people standing up and moving around. No, that's
It's probably when you arrived, your dance card is already filled out.
Mm-hmm. Because of course they're oracles. They knew who was going to show up. And it's actually creepy. Like people's names. Oh, I didn't know so and so. Oh, they just walked through the door. Well, that's weird.
If we're going with the idea that some people can pay the oracles to basically fabricate a future, would this be a good place for Avalon to like say, hey, here's some money. Could you put Jarvis Hawke's name here?
Where are you trying to place the name? On whose?
So basically put Avalon's name on Jarvis's card so that they can meet finally.
I see. Okay.
Would you be cool with that, Val?
Sure.
Okay. You want to spend a token for that?
Yeah, I'll give a token to Avalon.
You both want to drink for that?
No, but I'm gonna.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. I feel like this is a seasonal thing that the auricular matchmakers put on. It is the what do you call it? It's the auricular's debut. This is also a place for people that are just coming out into society. Also get to come out. This is like their first, foray into society, as it were. We don't have anyone that's coming of age, so we don't need to worry about that right now. Morgan has several years before that would even come into play. Yes.
So would you say this is an eyes wide shut party?
No.
Auricular.
No.
We have to reference it at least once per season or we're doing a bad job.
It's true. Everyone gets one. That's your
How do
one.
I get here? I don't understand how I get to this party. Can I spend a token to get me to this party?
Yes. How do we get you here?
Maybe it's part of Avalon slipping money to put them on the same dance card as Jarvis is somehow getting Miss Booker along as well.
Scratch that reverse. So Jarvis paid to get on Avalon's ticket, and then Jarvis, you also threw a little something in to get
Bernard and Jessamine.
Oh, Bernard would be invited, 100%.
Well, but to put us on each other's dance cards.
Okay.
Maybe while this is a rare occurrence, it's not totally unheard of for someone who's not already of a noble house or whatever to be invited because of the whole idea of...
Because they showed up on the dance cards. And so they're like, oh, this person needs to be here. I like that. Okay. So the dance cards are set up like way ahead of time. Like the oracles like get it all set up. And that's actually how they make their guest lists. It's just they look into the future and they see who is supposed to show up for the event. And you know what, Jessamine, wouldn't you know, here on these dance cards, it's so weird. So you receive an invitation. I love this. Post comes and it arrives both for Avalon and for Ms. Booker. And it's an identical invitation with the wax seal of the Irregular Matchmakers on it. And I will spend a token for you all have to, you're somehow in passing at the cross at the estate, and you both recognize that you both receive an invitation.
Huh.
Let's see. Well, because Savvy has maxed out, it's gonna go to Val. Are you amenable to that? Everyone drink water.
I would just like it to be known that I tried to spend a token.
Yes, I'm that word.
Excellent. Go ahead and take a token. And then also drink, because we give out tokens.
So I feel like we missed some token exchanges within there. Who is spending the token to get Jarvis and Avalon on the same card?
I am.
Okay.
And that's probably going to Avalon, so Val takes another drink?
Yep. Val, one more. And also take another token.
And then was Savvy spending the token to have Jessamine be on the invite list at all, or where did that come from?
That was in the same token, the payment situation. So that's taken care of. And then I spent a token that Avalon and Jessamine would run into each other when the post arrived and both realized that they received the exact same invitation. So if anything, I'm going to assume that the family eats at a particular breakfast area. And if anything, Jessamine, you ate in your own quarters. And then we're just sort of walking over to pick up Morrigan for her studies that day. And that's when Post came in and handed both you and Avalon identical invitations.
Well, I've business I need to take care of. And Avalon leaves.
Hi, Valley. Miss Booker, does this mean that you are both going to the event together?
It does, Morgan. Well, not together.
I believe it does. No, not together. Not at all.
Maybe this is the one with it's the dance cards one, right? Perhaps you'll be on each other's dance cards.
Perhaps.
I suppose we'll have to see.
That would be most interesting to see. Please do let me know how it goes.
I'm sure one of us will.
Oh, how I wish I could go.
Everyone drink
Soon.
water, because Morrigan's adorable.
I feel like there was discussion of Jessamine and Bernard being matched up.
One of the matchups, yes.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure I didn't dream that.
Nope. So, okay, we have everyone invited. So B, A, J, E, J, A. All right. Does anyone remember how to do this math problem?
Limit does not exist.
The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist. You're all going to be matched up in some capacity. How's that? We'll make our way through. All right. So it's dancing. It's a literal dance card. Everyone has to dance. The magical element of this. Everyone will receive as a part of their dance card, and it'll sort of, it's literally just a little something that will slip on your wrist. But part of the magic of this dance card is that when in close proximity to another dance card, it allows for privacy. So you sort of have an enveloped little bubble around the couple. That's no one can hear what you're talking about. Why? Because I just made it up and I thought it'd be fun. So private conversations are possible.
Now, being the nephew of the head of the matchmakers, am I aware of any kind of, are these essentially bugged privacy shields where the matchmakers get to hear what's going on, but other people in the room do not? Or is this completely above
You
board?
are immediately admonished by your aunt for even thinking of such a thing. What do you take us for?
I just figured it would be good, data collection for making sure that you're doing your jobs.
We know we are doing our jobs when we look into the future. That is all the confirmation that we shall need.
And I'm sure there's the matches made have nothing to do with who would appear to be a good couple together. I'm sure it's all the crystal balls doing.
I suggest you go upstairs and get prepared for this evening. Before I lock the door behind you.
Yes, of course. Aunt Sinclair, I will do as you say.
Yes, you will. You're in my house. Do what I say. She mumbles as you go upstairs to prepare for the evening. Again, public, same public dance hall the town has. It's not a private event necessarily. Done up very differently, however, than the local Witches Association gala. Color scheme is different, and everything has an almost ethereal quality to it. Everything floats and floats along. Walking through the doors, you receive your dance card, already completely filled out, and when you all arrive, you realize that you have the other three major folks on your card. So, the event is quickly explained as you enter. For the most part, beforehand, people are allowed to sort of mingle about. My big question is, do Avalon and Jessamine ride together? Carpool? I don't know. How do you get there?
If it happens accidentally. But I like the idea of it happening accidentally.
Ooh.
Like, they both get into the same carriage, and then they realize they're both sitting in there, and before either one of them can get out, like, the driver starts moving.
I love that. You both had asked for the carriage, for use of the carriage for the evening. You were both granted it, and then you both walk into the same carriage. So you both take off with the second carriage, like, where are they?
This is my... What are you doing here?
Taking a carriage.
I always take the black one.
Well, I didn't specify, so...
Well, this should be a lovely evening.
Of course.
Morgan's studying's going all right.
I would say much more than all right. Very well.
Good.
She's a bright girl.
Good. Lovely weather tonight.
Is it? I hadn't noticed.
Yes, indeed.
As you say.
Any other painful conversation on the ride there?
No, that's about as painful as it gets.
Painful, well done. I love the carriage stops and the carriage driver like attempts to step down and open the door, and like Avalon, you just burst the door open and just walk inside.
Yes. just burst through it and strides out, straightening their lapel in their skirts and moving through and be like, it turns back to the driver for a moment and says, make sure the other driver is here for our return as well, please.
Yes, that of course.
Thank you.
She does some magic to try to send a message, and lets Jessamine out of the carriage.
Thank you very much.
There'll be another one for you, Mum, when you return.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Awkward. Excellent. How do the other two of you arrive?
Probably Jarvis tells Bernard that, hey, I got invited to this thing, and then Bernard's like, yeah, me too. You want to show up stag? Hell yeah.
As much as I do like that, I think Bernard was probably dragged along with his aunt to help get things ready, and so probably had to be like, I will definitely see you there, but unfortunately I have to go with my aunt, make sure things are set up. She's worried if I don't go with her, I won't show up to the event.
I didn't know those types of pairings were on the table, but all right, have fun.
You arse. In the reply. But
so Bernie, Bernard, you get to witness the arrival of the rest of these glorious people. Probably first a Avalon just striding directly through the doors, not just getting inside. A probably slower Jessamine shortly thereafter, And I'm assuming Jarvis, like, fashionably 15 to 20 minutes late, right before the actual festivities begin.
Mm-hmm.
Once things are slated to begin, Bernie, your aunt, sort of pushes you off. All right, yes, you have yours as well. Wonderful, you're filled out. Just go. Just go. Go. Go.
All right.
Shoves you away. Go, talk to others. Just go. There are plenty of individuals here. It would be... Go to the punch table. Just trust me, and she'll just shove you away.
I go to the punch table.
Wouldn't you know it? The twins are here.
Are both of them on someone's card?
Together.
Yes. They made a special arrangement. They cited that neither could agree to any sort of engagement without the other's express opinion on the matter, so they're just sort of doing it together.
We go back and look for what their names were.
I believe it was Lucretia and
Letitia.
Letitia. Yes.
Did we give them a last name yet?
Did we?
Don't think so.
I don't think so.
I have Wells, and I don't know why. We're gonna say it's Wells because it's here on my sheet for some reason, right underneath Jimothy Works. So you know it's real and correct.
Sure. All right. Well, seeing them at the punch table. Lady Wells.
Well, aren't you and the other one says, Cypher sore eyes. We didn't know, the other one, that you would be here this evening.
Well, what can I say? When your aunt's the head of the society, gonna wind up here whether I wanted to or not, but let me say, seeing you two here, I would have been sorely regretful had I not attended.
They both laugh in unison, enjoying themselves quite thoroughly.
Have you already been helped to the refreshments, or shall I fetch you both some drinks?
They look at each other, smile. Of course. As they allow you to get them both refreshments.
I do as the perfect gentleman that I am.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll just continue to engage them in idle chatter, assuming this is who my aunt meant, and I don't know if anyone else shows up to the punch table to confuse the potential prophecies. Everyone. So everyone shows up to the punch table? 1 second, I forgot something.
Oh no. Oh yes.
They very bashfully water break now. Thank you, chat. As you are retrieving refreshments for the twins, everybody else shows up.
And suddenly Bernard's like, wait, who did my aunt mean for me to talk to here? And so it's just going to try and, as more people show up, just pull them into conversation along with the twins.
Letitia, Lucretia, nice to see you.
Vale! There you are. We were wondering if you would be coming this evening.
Yes, wouldn't miss it for the world.
Oh, and look! And they both say in unison, we have you on our card!
Oh, wonderful. I think I have half the room on my card.
Well, given the way they run these things, you're only invited if you're on the card, so...
Yes, well, it seems your aunt is... Wait, aunt? Do I have that right? Or is it your mother?
Aunt.
Aunt. Seems your aunt is desperate to get one of these to stick.
Well, it is her job, so, we just have to grin and bear it for the most part. But of course it is a pleasure to be matched with individuals such as yourselves.
Some people would say otherwise.
Oh, Mr. Hawke, welcome. Didn't see you there for a second.
As
Mr.
soon
Hawke,
as
I
you...
believe-
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, as soon as you say Hawk, the twins go,
Yes, I believe you're on my card as well, Mr. Hawke.
Do you believe you are on mine, Laird Avalon Cross?
I do not believe you've had the pleasure. Well...
Sorry.
No, do continue.
I was about to say, circumstances willing, I doubt that we would have ever gotten the chance to meet. But it is my pleasure to finally meet you.
Likewise. Well, I suppose I better start checking some of these down the list.
I think we've still got a few more minutes before they start. They want us to mix and mingle and probably have quite a bit of punch before we get started.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, hello there.
Apologies.
Miss Booker?
Laird Cross?
So this is the Miss Booker. I suppose we haven't properly been introduced yet. I am Bernard Sinclair. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Mr. Sinclair, it's an honor. I believe you're on my card.
Oh, yes, it appears I am.
The twins pipe up, you're on ours, too.
Are the twins on my card?
Wouldn't you know it? Yes. Yes, they are.
Are the twins on my card?
Oh, that's who they were talking to.
Oh,
You're on their
jeez.
card.
And Bernie, I believe you're on mine as well. That should be pleasant.
Well, it's very pleasant to see a couple of friendly faces amongst the crowd.
Then I'll go ahead and beg your forgiveness ahead of time that this Yank hasn't quite picked up the society dances just yet, so I apologize for any stepped on toes.
I'm sure we'll all be fine, Mr. Sinclair.
It's about that time that they sort of call everyone to order. Oh, Bernie, you hear your aunt's voice just amplified way louder than it probably should be. It's a little triggering, I'm not gonna lie. She announces that everyone should go and seek out the first person on their card, which would be arbitrarily here. We'll start with Bernard. You have Avalon first. And then we have Jarvis with the twins. And Jessamine, you are paired up with a lovely gentleman by the name of Lord Manfred von Karma. Because fuck all of you. Which was an NPC redemption. You're welcome.
Yes.
I'm
thank Phoenix, right?
What you don't know is he's a vampire.
And in this world, he actually can.
Oh,
Yeah, in
please,
this
can
realm-
he be a vampire?
Yes, I was about to say he legit is a vampire. Looks exactly as he does in the Phoenix Wright game.
A very specific reference we're making.
Yep, don't care.
If you don't understand, go watch the videos from earlier today.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
We did a crime against Sid specifically.
Specifically. And you know, it's okay. I can hang. It's cool. older. The majority of the crowd is on the younger age. Like, I mean, he might be in his 30s. Woof. I know. Silvering dark hair, kept long lace at his cravat and sleeves. And I mean, she's been around the block, most assuredly a vampire, but again, a welcome and understood creature, magical creature among these realms. We'll say that the vamps more associate with like the unseelie fae. They're like a part of, they're more fae creatures, part of the unseelie court. Quite handsome, however. And you're paired off.
Sorry, just a thought before it disappears. Are some of the carriages driven by centaurs? Instead of being just like a driver leading horses, are some of them just centaur servants who pull the carriage and then also like do the door service?
The Cross family, in fact, the carriage person that brought Avalon and Jessamine was in fact a centaur.
That seems very efficient.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, what?
Is that a drink? A small dog or equestrian appears.
An equestrian appears.
Centaurs, I think, count as equestrians. Drink.
I feel like the expert equestrians.
Is that two? Sure.
Does that mean I take a drink of wine and a drink of bourbon to be like centaur?
No bourbon.
Okay.
No yes, bourbon unless...
It's a holiday.
Got a half hour left.
It's a holiday we made up. It's a made up holiday. We're gonna do what we want to do.
All right. Your first pairings. As soon as you find your dance partner or partners, depending. As soon as like hands are clasped, you do sort of feel and hear sort of a warmth and a hum coming from the dance carts themselves, and suddenly it's a lot quieter in your particular vicinity, where you can have a private and less yelled conversation with your partner and or partners. So why don't we go to Bernie and Avalon? You dancing.
You are looking wonderful tonight, as you always do at these fetes.
Thank you, Bernie. I appreciate it. You as well. Your aunt is something, isn't she?
Oh, don't even get me started. When I implied that perhaps the matchmakers might be listening in via the cards, she near about tore my ear off. Literally and figuratively.
I assume she is.
Well, there's been drink marriageable quality for looking good, I guess.
Drink.
Oh no, this is the wrong event for this game.
Whoops.
So, any on your card that you're especially interested in?
Well, I will say it'll be interesting to dance with Miss Booker. I will say after our evening at the Raven, I did follow Mr. Hawke and Miss Booker, who he escorted her back to Ironhand Castle. Nothing seemed to miss there. Then I followed him back to his quarters at the university. We had some conversations. He may be in the process of both getting us out to drinks together. He, I, and Miss Booker, and also maybe trying to set up a meal or promenade, whatever it is you all do when you're courting each other.
Oh, interesting. So you're in the interest of courting Miss Booker?
I mean, I wouldn't say no, but it's also an opportunity, like you had asked, to find out what she's about.
Declaration of affections, 2 drinks. Continue.
Well, I wish you the best of luck there. We had a brief conversation when she returned from our night's drinks. I had stayed up for some time in the foyer, contemplating some matters, and I ran into her briefly.
Oh, how'd that go?
Tense.
The good kind of tension or the bad kind? Sorry, I may be thinking too much about the novel that Jarvis and I got up to writing. It's gonna be quite the bodice ripper once it's done.
Mr. Sinclair, I had no idea. You'll have to tell me more about that. I have a dance with Mr. Hawke, and I suppose that'll fill the time admirably. As for my conversation with Miss Booker, I still don't know whether to trust her. She is an interesting woman, and I just can't shake the feeling that has some secrets that she hasn't divulged. I'm looking into the matter myself.
Well, I mean, everyone's got their secrets, and they're mostly entitled to them. I'd say mostly people are entitled to their secrets, and I understand you've got concerns because your sister's involved. But as long as we can ascertain that she does have Morgan's best interests at heart, what more is there really to worry about?
I cannot know whether she has my sister's best interest at heart without knowing what it is she is keeping from me. And while everyone is entitled to their secrets, as you put it, I cannot take that risk when it comes to my sister. That is the way I see it.
See what I'm able to learn, if anything, during our dance later, though can't make any promises. I don't want to seem too pushy, but if
you have your own matters to attend to, I understand. I'm not asking you to damage your own reputation within society to look into this matter for me. Your friendship and confidence in this matter is more than enough.
And I mean, based on that friendship, like I said, see what I can find, but I also can't promise anything yet. At least not tonight. Maybe if we do get those drinks later, might be able to find something there, but like I said, I'll look to see if I can figure out if she's got Morgan's best interests at heart. I think that's about as much as I can promise to look into at present.
And that's more than enough. Your help in this matter is, well, I'm indebted to you for it. But let us enjoy the dance while we have it. Please tell me more of this petroleum, as you told me about the other day. I'm very fascinated in the subject.
Oil talk.
It does a little bit more of that. I think, and this will happen with each of Bernard's partners, he does deviate a little bit from the established dance and does like more dips or swings, because swing music wouldn't quite be a thing yet, but does some moves that are most decidedly American in nature.
Just a blind dancing.
There you go. That's what's up. I dig it. I will pass really quick to Jessamine and Von Karma, which, again, we've sort of been flavoring this as if all of the same actors from the previous season were coming in and playing different characters. So I would like RJ to be Von Karma, and I would like you to play him as if he were the same actor that played Cockburn, if you don't mind. Same voice and everything.
What is my motivation?
The vampire, yes. You're a vampire looking for a partner in these sad and lonely times.
I do not believe we've had the pleasure.
No, Jessamine Booker.
God, what is this guy's name?
Manfred von
Lord
Karma.
Manfred von Karma.
Lord Manfred von Karma. And he will take her hand and kiss it.
Oh. A pleasure, my lord.
I have not seen you as part of the gentry before.
No, I am here on invitation.
Well, I'm quite happy that you have. Your presence here has certainly alleviated the mood. But please, drinks, or would you prefer to dance first?
I don't see why we can't have both.
He'll offer his arm to her and walk her back to the punch bowl. Small descriptions of what he does, what his family does, just to fill her in. And by the turn of the century, I believe that is when I became a vampire. So I'm relatively young. If that is a concern of yours.
Truly. I suppose my life must seem rather dull compared to yours. All 22 years of it.
I wouldn't say that. Having this sort of longevity gives a bit of insight. If you don't mind a bit of the macabre, immortal life is very fleeting. That way you get to enjoy the moments a lot more.
I appreciate that. There's something final about it, but I don't find that to be a negative.
Honestly, I believe it's a bit of a relief, knowing that there is an end, and you are not wandering the world ad infinitum.
Oh. It's given me something to think about. Perhaps you can tell me more as we dance.
He's gonna throw up the bubble is for private speaking, or can they also dance?
Oh yes, so no, basically as soon as like they join hands or the two dance cards come within a certain proximity of each other, you sort of recognize that things are a little quieter and you don't have to like yell to be heard, and sort of that magic sort of pops up that way.
He's going to throw up a bit of prestidigitation to play a somber but almost waltzy tune, and he will offer a hand to her. They will slow waltz.
I actually really enjoy this character now that I've handed him off to RJ. They waltz off frame, and then on into frame come Jarvis and the twins.
Oh boy!
I really like the idea of like he sort of has an arm around each of their backs, and then each of them has like one hand on either one of his shoulders. That way all three of them can dance together. And they're actually very accomplished at dancing with another person and the other twin. They're pretty good at it. I feel like they've done this before.
It's like a tango style, like threesome dance.
Yes.
Where a partner will stand off to the side as the lead and another partner dance, and then spin them away, go back to the other partner.
I like that too. I dig that. Much conversation or just dancing?
Dancing, offers drinks. If there is conversation, it's "You look lovely tonight." The both of you. So much so that I cannot compare either of you, and so I will take a neutral approach.
There's a lot of laughing. They seem to be enjoying themselves, but you do notice that they're keeping their eye on other people in the ballroom as well.
I'm sorry if my presence here has sullied the mood a bit. I mean, no ill intent. Just a bit of lighthearted conversation and a dance.
They look at each other. They smile. Of course. We will say, and then the other will say, you are a fairly good dancer, even, and then the other will say, for a hawk.
I don't know whether to take that as a jab or a compliment.
They laugh and in unison say, why not both?
Well, maybe at the end of the night, if you forgive the crassness, I can show you how a hawk really hunts.
They both gasp and then giggle.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then partners are switched. We'll move to Bernard. You are next partnered with Jessamine. And Avalon, you are partnered with Jarvis. And the twins are partnered with Manfred von Karma.
Just realized next rotation we're going to have RJ with RJ. Since Jarvis.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm excited for it. I can't wait. But let's start with Bernard and Jessamine.
Well, Miss Booker, I was not fully expecting us to meet quite so soon. Or properly introductions, as it were.
Well, it is a pleasure, Mr. Sinclair.
Likewise. Shall we? And, asks if she wants to start dancing.
Of course.
Now, I did apologize to Jarvis for it, but have not had the opportunity yet with you. It was impolite of me, at the very least, to attempt to listen in at the Raven, but I must say I was just so fascinated by your encounter with him at the gala that I was incurably curious.
As I assume we're not being listened to, you don't have to cover for Laird Cross to me.
That certainly factored into it, yes, but like I said, I was also curious about what would make you both react in such a way. And I understand there may be some prior history there that it's not my place to pry, but at the very least, one amusing thing has come of this in that your, I was going to say doppelganger, but doppelgangers are a real thing in this world. Your fictional counterpart is the thrilling star of what is soon to be a wonderful set of novels penned by myself and Mr. Hawke, detailing the adventures of two star-crossed lovers on opposite sides of the law and what they do with their, I believe the phrase that is used in the writing community is "mpreg baby," is in formation. Forgive me if this is all a bit too forward, but...
Not at all. I'm flattered, to say the least, that you find our japes interesting and funny.
Indeed, and I also must apologize. I have been simply I was going to say bulldozing, but that's not a thing yet. But I have been taking far too much control of the conversation. I'm sure you, well, I would hope that you have some questions or topics of conversation you would wish to broach as well.
Well, if you're not opposed to continuing that thread of conversation, I'm very interested to know how you know our dear Laird Cross. To the point where you would spy on me in a tavern owned by my cousin for them.
Yes, well, as it's my understanding that you are fairly newly arrived in town, as somewhat I am, or again, I'm unclear of the specifics, but I've actually been to Bexley before. I mean, my aunt is heading up this event, and I've come to visit a few times in years past, mostly as a young lad myself. And Avalon and I moved in enough of the same circles then that we struck a friendship. But my core family and other obligations have me in America the vast majority of the time, and it's, I'm just here on holiday, vacation currently, and but yes, essentially we are childhood friends.
Well, that makes a little bit more sense to me then. Moving in the same circles hardly begets spying on someone for someone, but childhood friends, I understand. And no offense taken.
Yes, and I will also admit somewhat of a little bit of an older brother nature towards little Morgan, though she was barely an infant the last time I saw her. And I just want to make sure that, she's in good hands.
Well, Morgan can do with all of the good influences that come her way.
Well, based on what I'm hearing about town, I'm not sure that an American would be seen as a good influence for her.
Well, maybe not by the most traditional sort, but a wide horizon allows for a lot of learning. So maybe you have something to contribute, American.
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, Jarvis and I had some conversations. He told me about the lecture he attempted to give you, and
Did he?
I educated him on some of the more finer points of generalized magical practice, but I don't know, perhaps sometime in the near future I may be able to give a guest lecture at the college about foreign magic, but if that doesn't come about, perhaps you'd be interested in a private lecture on such matters.
Well, I don't know much about the college, but I'm always looking to learn. So, if you're offering, Mr. Sinclair, I would like that very much.
Well, wonderful. Perhaps we can set a date sometime in the near future.
That would be lovely. I do keep a tight schedule, as I'm sure you know.
Well, it would not be unheard of for me to stop by Iron Hand Castle, though I understand the Baroness might not be entirely pleased by my presence there of late, but there is little she can do to stop me, really.
At this point, I think I can convince her to make an exception.
At the very least, I can do a cultural lesson for the young Lady Morgan.
Oh, yes. What is going on in the Americas?
Oh, if only you knew.
I like it. It's adorable. Yeah, where's RJ? We're missing an RJ. We'll say at this point, Lord Von Karma and the twins sort of just tango by, having a grand old time. They seem to be enjoying themselves quite thoroughly. Where's RJ? get to Jarvis and Avalon, but maybe we'll have to get to that in a moment. Let's say we'll get to Avalon and Jessamine instead. So we'll do a little timey-wimey. And we'll jump to Avalon and Jessamine. You're on each other's dance cards. How's that go?
Miss Booker.
Layrd Cross.
I did not expect this.
Nor did I. But here we are.
Have you had a pleasant evening so far?
I have. Very much so, yes.
Wonderful.
Have you?
And yes, very much. About our conversation last night or the other night. I apologize for my forwardness.
Thank you.
It is not something I tend to do. I'd had a rather difficult conversation with the Baroness, and had many a thing on my mind.
I imagine that was quite taxing on you. I assure you, I can handle, well, a bit of uncertainty or frustration. I am, in title, tutor to a 14-year-old girl. So.
Yes, well, my sister can be a handful, I understand. It seems you're doing well with her, though. She speaks very highly of you.
That's good to know. I would speak very highly of her as well, if it mattered.
It does. She's the world to me.
She deserves that.
You do understand the difficult situation that I'm in, though. I'm sure living around the house, you have heard many a story of my strange relationship with our mother.
Yes. I imagine it's difficult.
And you can understand my cynicism when it comes to people that are hired by my mother to instruct my dear sister.
Mothers are difficult.
Yes.
I understand.
Believe me, I wish to trust you. But it is difficult for me to do so when it comes to Morgan's safety. And there are still many things about you that I do not understand. And I do not believe you're being forthright with.
Well, let me be forthright with this. My job, and so my livelihood, and so my life centers on your sister. I can say a lot of things about her, about you, about your family, about your situation. But I will say one thing. I love Morgan.
Declaration of affections, 2 drinks.
Whether or not you find it acceptable, I see her as family. As mine. So, whatever you think of me, remember that.
I believe you there. There's still more that I believe is under the surface, but I will trust you in this matter. I don't believe you will divulge to me the full nature of your relationship with Mr. Hawke. No?
We're old friends. I know you're asking about his family. I'm not involved with them. But Jarvis is a friend. That's it. You seem to see me as very complicated. I don't think that's true.
Time will tell, won't it?
I suppose. If you continue to complicate your own life.
Maybe you have been speaking with my mother.
Maybe. I suppose you'll have to find out.
We have 10 seconds before New Year's, guys, so I just need to count that out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New
Happy
Year!
New Year!
Happy New Year!
Fuck you, 2020.
Oh, you 2020! Didn't mean to interrupt that lovely
Can
scene.
you hear my parents and their noisemaker?
No, but I'm desperately muting myself because all of our neighbors apparently own fireworks shops.
Oh no!
I don't think I'm hearing any of it, so I think you're good.
Oh, kissies! Yay!
Yay! Also gross. Yay!
Barf! Yay!
We're married.
You're married and you're adorable.
Yes, that's okay.
I guess it's fine. This is a married kiss. No. Happy New Year, friends. Go ahead and continue your very serious
Here, I'll give everyone
discussion
else a
before we
New
leave.
Year's kiss, though.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yay.
There's your New Year's kiss. You can say you kissed
Keep
me.
it. Keep in your back pocket.
Thank you, Miss Booker.
For?
For caring for my sister.
Like I said.
Regardless of everything else.
She's family to me. That won't change.
Perhaps the Perhaps I can send the second carriage driver home early.
You would share a carriage with a woman who wears gloves.
Only to find out more about why she wears them.
Well, I suppose they are at your command. Your Honor.
Miss Booker.
I think that's a good one to end on for the evening and for the new year. Yay! It's not 2021 anymore, because fuck that year. Yes.
It is 2021.
Mm-hmm. It's not 2020 anymore. It is 2021.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we've been drinking, okay? Give me a break.
My neighbors own workshops as well.
It's not quite. It's actually, it is still 2020 where I am. It's 11, but...
Oh, another hour? What? That's fine.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I know, right?
I mean...
Yeah, my husband would kill me.
Good. Give me
Let
some
him
time to
guess.
plan what I'm going to say to myself to seduce myself.
Yeah, I was about to say, RJ has to figure out how he's going to seduce himself. RJ and Val can figure out how they're going to meet on their dance, because that's what we'll pick up with next time. But yeah, yay! Successful drinking game. Very successful drinking game.
I mean, very successful in that, like, we all drank and no one died, so.
No one died, and you know, mostly everything turned out as it should. So it was
Also,
good.
I'm gonna give credit to this game in that, like, I've drank more water today than I've drank in the last, like, year of my life.
That's fair.
I've drank...
I
Do
refilled
you see this tumbler? This 32-ounce tumbler? I've drank 4 of these.
Holy crap! I have had a full 64 ounces of water because of this game today, plus some. So
This is
yeah,
a good game.
it's a good game. Yeah.
I'm almost at the end of my 2 liters.
Chug, chug, chug,
Chug,
chug,
chug, chug, chug.
Drink the water. It's good for you.
Drink the water, drink the water. And I sang, so we have to drink
G-Master
now.
redeemed a
Sorry.
water break.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna drink because we sang.
Ugh.
I drank all my water.
I'm gonna drink
But I'm
some
gonna
water.
finish this beer.
I do appreciate the Reefer Madness reference, Sid.
I was in that show. Anyway, we are going to call it a night, but we do need to do some stars and wishes. So let's go around, tell everyone again who you are, where they can find you on the internets, and give me a star and or a wish for this lovely game of ours. Val, go ahead. You can start.
Once again, you can find me at the Kraken's Crown on Twitter and Twitch. Savannah and I are continuing our Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney adventure.
Objection!
We'll probably do more. Sustained.
Thank
We'll
you.
probably do more of those tomorrow, as well as finishing up our Resident Evil 7 run, which we are very close to finishing, I think. Did a lot of that one sitting. Stars and wishes. Star. Oh boy.
I do realize I get to knock Avalon Jessamine alone off of this because we did it.
Yeah.
Done.
Star to Alex / Bernard for being like the best wingman / friend in a game, like stalking the other two for all, like it was great. Wishes, enemies to lovers is all I want.
I feel like we've set that up in multiple ways at this point. So.
Yeah, in so many ways. That's all I want. Enemies to lovers.
Love it. Added. Excellent. And when's the next time we can find you on the internet on this channel?
Tomorrow for
probably.
Neon Souls. Yeah, well, tomorrow probably sometime during the day. we'll tweet about it. But definitely for Neon Souls tomorrow night, we'll be doing our session 0, where we'll be building our Cypher characters and talking about the next season of the game. So come join us for that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Right here.
Right here.
Right now.
Right now. Right now. Let's get
Right
everyone here.
now.
Right now.
I sang,
Right
drink.
here. Right now. I'm out of all of my drinks.
Water.
Val, help me.
Good spouse. Right there. That's a good spouse right there.
It's the best spouse, I think. Can y'all hear the fireworks happening?
Mm-mm.
I can. They're loud. It's my turn. I
Hi,
live in
Savvy.
Florida, so you can just buy fireworks out of a tent. You're the literal best. I'm Savvy, at Savvy Seaworth on the internet. My next stream is gonna be whenever I tweet that GGK is live. I'll be there. My stars is RJ in the moment, putting so much character behind the vampire serve on Karma. I could not ask for a better improv scene partner. I don't think. Amazing, incredible, much love. I was really into the whole enemies to lovers thing, and then I was like, but wait. Von Karma's over here. And is a vampire. So
Von Karma's on the board, y'all.
That's
Get
a
outta
star. My wish is... My wish can't also be enemies to lovers.
Yes, it can. It can be whatever you want it to be.
No, let me... I literally can't think of anything
I did say
else.
and or wishes, so it didn't have to be both. If you
My
didn't
wish is... My wishes is enemies to lovers.
Mm-hmm.
But my other wish is I want Bernard to kiss somebody.
Bernard kisses.
I just feel like Bernard deserves kisses.
Bernard does deserve kisses.
That's my wish.
RJ.
Hey everybody, I'm RJ. You can catch me at rjustice282 on Twitter and Twitch, where I tweet about the nerdy things in my life and play video games with my friends. Hey, so tomorrow, there's gonna be a game over at the Indoor Adventures. We're playing Dungeon Crawl Classic with Jordan with a PH as the DM of Saturday morning D&D show fame, also YouTube and the Rod of Seven Parts DM over at a Nerd Immersion. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be a reindeer named Fireball.
No, you are not.
I am.
Don't lie to me.
That's the pre-gen character.
Oh my god.
Dungeon Crawl Classics is also notoriously a meat grinder.
So you might not be that for very long.
I
is
might
what
be
you're
an
telling
actual
me.
fireball. There's gonna be candy cane snakes. It's gonna be great. Stars and wishes. Stars, I love these characters so much. I'm eating up the enemies to lovers right now. Like, yes, fight, 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 but also kiss, kiss, kiss. Wishes, let's keep doing what we're doing. I'm getting into a duel, even if it kills Jarvis or not.
Okay, so not only magical duel, but with Jarvis.
Yes. I want to
I can
blow
do this.
all of my tokens.
I can do this. We'll make this happen. Yes. Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex, OMG, it's some guy on the internet. Gosh, let's see. I know my wish first. I'll come back to the stars. My wish is for Savvy to just start dishing out tokens left and right, start getting rid of them. bend the narrative to your whims. Because
I will do this for you.
You have far too many, and I got down to one, which
You
is something we
come
thought
to
would
me.
never happen after last season.
Oh my
You
God.
come to me on New Year's Eve, and you ask me about tokens. And do you know what I say? I love you, and I would dish out tokens for you.
You brought out Jersey Savvy. It makes me so happy.
Who are you?
In the year of our Lord,
Listen.
2021, Jersey Savvy.
In the
comes
year
out
of
to
our
play.
The
Lord.
Jersey Savvy has not appeared in nary a decade.
In the year of our Lord, 2021. This is my friend Alex. This is one of my best friends, Alex. And if you want me to dish out tokens, I would dish out tokens for you.
Thank you, Godmother.
I love you. I'm kissing you on the forehead. You just don't know because there's a pandemic.
Are you
I just
okay?
bust my head on the mic.
And
Oh my
everyone
God.
saw it, but do you know what? It's okay because we love you.
Yes.
Do more wishes.
Oh gosh, I mean, yeah, I could do so many wishes, including, Bernard deserves kisses. Yes, absolutely.
Give my boy
Seconded.
kisses.
Um,
You have not. No one has kissed Bernard yet, and he needs kisses.
Well, we don't know what happened with the twins after the gala. But, let's see. Stars. Aside from the things everyone has already said, I do enjoy Heidi being such a little spy. Gonna be curious to see how that culminates and how that's gonna turn out for everyone involved.
Me too. And she said, find me on the Twitters, a Greek said. I will be here tomorrow at 8 o'clock for Session Zero of Neon Souls. And my star would have to be for honestly all of the little vignette scenes that we had at this lovely singles event all made me very happy. We had a lot of wonderful character development in all of these little vignettes, and it made me glad. It made me glad. I will admit it. It made me very glad. Wishes. I'm not going to tell you what my biggest wish is already on this list, and I'm going to incorporate it next time. I'm just going to make you all guess which one it is. I shall leave you in suspense. It's there. It is there for you. It's already there.
Folks
You
at
can
home,
read.
We've got Bigfoot, Consenticles, Magical Duels with Jarvis, Big Wedding, Someone Gets Freaky Friday, Groundhog Day, Time Travel, Enemies to Lovers, and Bernard Kisses.
I bet it's Bernard kisses.
I
I'm
wouldn't
saying.
say no to those.
You'll just have to tune in next time and find out.
Or Freaky Friday, one of those two.
Freaky Friday and Groundhog Day.
Freaky Friday and Bernard kisses.
We do still need to have the Weekend of Bernie's session.
I mean, all of those are really good possibilities. So keep
Wait.
guessing, friends.
You come to me today.
Weekend at Bernie's, but kisses for Bernard. That's just necromancing, baby.
Oh, on that note,
I have enough tokens to become a lich. I've tied it all up in a tidy bow for you. I become a lich. Jessamine and Bernard kiss. It's fine. It's fine. We've done it. And then we're done. Like 3 episodes. We've done it. The perfect show. It's over.
Folks, we love you all. Happy 2021. I love all of these wonderful players of mine. I adore them very much. And because of that, I'm going to say goodbye so everyone can get more water and go to bed. But we love all of you out there as well. Happy New Year. fuck 2020. And until next time, yeah, just you know, middle fingers up, put them hands high. Fuck 2020. Have a wonderful 2021, and until next time, I will salute with my middle finger. Good game. And goodbye 2020, and good night, Internet.